laugh crying over here. Power Simulator is a very relaxing game, in my opinion. The sounds of washing are very white noise-like. Agreed. Boo, agreed. Also, how are you today? Welcome to the server, by the way. If anybody in here is not in the server yet, make sure you do exclamation Discord and join us. Join the Heavenly Legion. Join the shenanigans. Join the chaos. Join the squeaky.
I'm going Oh god, I'm gonna have to redeem this more often. This is way too funny.
I'm laugh crying. Why on earth?
No! Joseph, they're voting for failure. You better be paying attention. No more burning pizza.
Okay, fine, Lord. What the heck?
Duh.
What the? This is outrageous.
I did it.
That's 3 times in a row it caught me.
Alright, if you want to go press the button, do it. Stop.
All of us just died.
I was trying to run away.
What happened?
What the? That's a bot that taps us.
Sometimes, especially whenever my grandmother was still alive, they would take us like for all of the big holiday times whenever the church was hosting something. But outside of that, there really wasn't any Christianity in my life. So I ended up actually rejecting Christ a lot in my younger days, especially after my
Fade from memory.
Alright. Okay, fingers crossed that the computer will not attempt to kill itself again. As, in the couple of minutes before stream started, it crashed OBS, it broke OBS twice, it broke VideoTube twice. So, you know, it's great. It's great. Hopefully that it got it all out of its system for now. So, our plan for today was going to be to play WarThunder with Chonky, but he is nowhere to be found. He appears to... no, he just responded. He is not feeling well. He is potentially got a bug. So, instead, we should be playing Sailwind today. Maybe WarThunder if later he feels up to it. We shall see. But, as per usual, we'll be opening with prayer here momentarily, and then we will get into our Bible reading, and then after the Bible reading, we'll get into Sailwind. Regardless, I hope everyone's having a good day today so far. Welcome in. God bless y'all. I think... Oh yeah, since you can't do your redeems, Val, first is still up for grabs. This is so sad. She may end up losing first. Regardless, however, we're going to get the ball rolling here in just a moment, so I presume the same prayers as yesterday are the request, Val. If anyone else has a prayer request, get it in now. This is your last opportunity before we get the ball rolling. Sorry, I had to close a box real quick. Give you all a moment. I'm gonna take my meds real quick while I wait. And then we are good to go. I feel like my mic is picking up more than it normally does. I'm not sure. Make sure it's using the right microphone. No, it is. Odd. Most peculiar. Alright, so I'm going to presume that there are no prayer requests then, and we shall get the ball rolling for today. Heavenly Father, we come to you today, and as we do, we ask that you open our hearts and our minds, that you provide us wisdom, guidance, and discernment, that we may better understand the lessons that it is you intend for us to take from today, no matter where they be from, whether it's hearing the good word, it being a conversation we have, a sign we see, whatever it is, just grant us the insight that is necessary, that we may learn from it and grow as Christians. We ask that you continue to provide a refuge for us, a place where we can gather with our fellow Christians in your might, where we can refresh and renew ourselves. We live in a world full of temptations, tragedies, and enemies all about us that would see us torn down and led astray, led away from you. And we just ask that you grant us the strength that is necessary to overcome each and every one of them today, that we may continue our walk alongside you. We ask that you lay your healing hands on each and every one of us. You know our personal struggles, whether we have admitted them out loud or not. You know what's in our hearts. You know our needs better than we do. And we just ask that you grant us those needs and those mercies today. But above all, we ask for your mercy and for your forgiveness, for we are not but sinners and fools, each and every one of us, and that your will be done in our lives. In your heavenly name we pray. Amen. Uncle Dan, welcome in. Big Hippie, welcome in. How are you all doing today? Let's see. So, hopping over into our Bible reading, now that we are done with our opening prayer. Our verse of the day today, Luke 1:76 through 78, and then we shall carry on with the book of Psalms, with Psalms 82. And thou, child, shalt be called the prophet of the highest, for thou shalt go before the face of the Lord to prepare his ways, to give knowledge of salvation unto his people by the remission of their sins, through the tender mercy of our God, whereby the day spring from on high hath visited us. Indeed, indeed. And now for Psalms, Psalm 82, a psalm of Asaph. God standeth in the congregation of the mighty. He judgeth among the gods. How long will ye judge unjustly, and accept the persons of the wicked? Selah. Defend the poor and fatherless. Do justice to the afflicted and needy. Deliver the poor and needy. Rid them out of the hands of the wicked. They know not, neither will they understand. They walk on in darkness. All the foundations of the earth are out of course. I have said, ye are gods, and all of you are children of the Most High. But ye shall die like men, and fall like one of the princes. Arise, O God, Judge the earth, for thou shalt inherit all nations. Marnius, welcome in. Or do you prefer Thrax? I haven't asked. I suppose both are entirely viable ways to call you. But it is up to you which you should prefer. He's dying. Wow. Look at him. He's here. Welcome in, Chonky. Don't worry, I won't conscript you to the mines today. I shall be a benevolent boss. Call you Marnie? Or Marn? I see, I see. Why are those still broken? I hid those on the other screen specifically because they were broken. You can see they're still back there. Hold on. Let me see if I can refresh them to get them to stop doing that. If not, I should just have to hide them for now. No, those are just popping back up once I've hit refresh on them, so I guess I'll just hide them for now. Most unfortunate. Most unfortunate indeed. But it is what it is, so we shall get into the game then instead. How dare you, Chalky? First, and take care of yourself. Wow. Alright. Oh, pop my back. That felt good. Let me change our category, then I'll take a swig. There we go. Alrighty, chat. Welcome back to Sailwind. So, we're going to be heading for Happy Bay again. We've gotten a little bit better at, oh, okay. I jumped on the fake spot, I see. But we've gotten a little bit better at navigating there. We've got some better tools now. I mean, Chonky, so the reason you didn't get first is Val's connection is so poor right now that she literally cannot do redeems and whatnot. Like, nothing's working for her. Hence, why first was still up for grabs. You dedicate the first to her.
Deliver me from mine enemies, O my God. Defend me from them that rise up against me. Deliver me from the workers of iniquity, and save me from bloody men. The mighty are gathered against me. Awake to help me, and behold.
You dedicate Christian Kirby to Val and her computer demons, I see. Many dedication today for Valmont. these all tightened up. Alright, now we're underway. We can turn back towards it. Uncle Dan. I see, I see. Just keep slowly but surely bringing all the sails out, getting them unfurled and ready. This is the current and the latest setup of our sail plan. Largely based it off of the U.S. Coast Guard's Cutter Eagle. Or as much as I could replicate it in this. It's not quite perfect, but it's close enough to bear a resemblance to her in her sail plan. Chalky. Yeah, your headphones are in pretty abysmal condition, Chalky, I shall not lie. I would help you myself, my friend, but with the need to replace the light on the car and the need now, it's looking like I probably need to change the tires as well, as one of them, the wall is starting to crack, and I was just like, oh, come on. That stinking thing. Why are cars so expensive? It's outrageous, I tell you. It's always something with them. No, I've been driving it. It's just, you know, wear and tear from several years, and Oklahoma's weather isn't exactly well known for its merciful treatment of wheels. In fact, I'd say it's quite the opposite. Oklahoma is notorious for the damage it does to vehicles. Between hail, tornadoes, and literally everything else, Mother Nature is always out here trying to kill us in one way or another. I like how she looks with this sail plan, I won't lie. It's rather pretty in my book. Like I said, I couldn't quite perfectly replicate the Cutter Eagle, but this isn't super far off from how she looks. Like, if you want to see one of the few sailing ships still in the U.S. Armory, the USCG, I believe that's how they designate her, is at the CG, because she's Coast Guard. Cutter Eagle. She is a training ship for the Coast Guard. Now, to give you guys a quick rundown of what we're transporting. Our cargo that we're transporting for ourselves is 10 crates of tools and 18 kegs of beer. And then for the missions that we've accepted, we're transporting an additional 6 crates of tools, 11 crates of goods, 10 crates of Northfish, 1 thing of mail, 10 crates of trout. All bound for Happy Bay. Uncle Dad. USS Constitution. Chonka, I don't know if Constitution's still technically in active service, though, is she? Isn't she more a museum ship now? Like with Cutter is still in, or Eagle rather, is still in active service. She's a training ship. Don't worry. It's not a training shrimp, despite what my brain wanted to say. Still active duty. Huh, okay. I could have swore that Constitution had been moved to a museum ship at some point, but... yeah, this is what the hold looks like right now. You can't even, like, get into the... oh. Hey, she's got me. Well, that was interesting. She's the oldest commissioned ship in the world. True. Oldest one still in duty, then. By a decent margin, I'd imagine, too. Because Eagle isn't like a old ship. Eagle's a pretty modern ship. It's just one of the rare occurrences of a modern military vessel that is still sails. Old Ironside, indeed. The grandma of the U.S. Navy. The oldest one still in service. Built with Georgian live oak, indeed. But I've also finally started using a program that they added more recently in this game, which is exceptionally helpful, and I wish I would have started using it sooner. The cargo unloading. It makes it so much faster to load and unload the ship. Just to hire the cargo shipping service, or not shipping service, but the cargo unloading services. You essentially are just paying someone to use a cart to load your crates into, so that you don't have to carry them all individually. This ship took less than a day to load, and normally it is a day and a half for me to load it manually to carry each crate by hand in here. Instead, being able to just carry them all in one go and then lay them out where I need them was huge. You do have to pay for it, but, you know, pays what it pays. The wind's coming in off starboard. We might be able to get away with turning our masts. They don't turn very far, but they'll be able to catch some extra wind for us at least. Howdy, soldier. Welcome in, my friend. How are you doing? She is a pretty ship, that is for certain in my book. Take care of myself. Outrageous. Where? Oh, I put it over there. Now the question is, what to do once we get there? When you don't make a timeline, does the cargo just disappear? I don't know still. I don't think so, but I've come close, but every time that I've gotten close, I've either abandoned the mission myself because I had to give up on where I was going, or I make it in just the nick of time. But I mean, today should be pretty easy. The shipments that we are taking are all due in 21 days, and as I've discovered, I can make it to Happy Bay in like 8 days, give or take, if I am doing well. And I do have some better navigation equipment now, so we can actually pretty reliably find our way there now. Well, yeah, Chunky, I mean, it was only a matter of time. You can only have a ship, especially a wooden ship, in service for so long before it's going to need pretty significant reworking. You kind of get into the ship of Theseus thing where, you know, it's like, is it still technically the original Constitution if all of her parts have been replaced at some point? Yes, we also do have a good bit of ration, as we're up to 5 kegs of water. a substantial amount of cheese that's smoked. So we're good there. And we've also got all the maps now. I've also discovered I can set them like this up here, where I can easily access whichever maps it is that are most relevant for where I'm going at the time. I even remembered to buy an extra crate of fishing tackle because we're almost out of hooks. And fish have been an important part of our diet whenever we're traveling out to Happy Bay. I'll eat the smoked cheese and whatnot if I have to, but yeah, so we're a bit better off in the navigation, though now we're in a point where daytime is, again, the preferable time for us to do most of our navigating. I'll show you the couple of items that we got. So, obviously, we still have our compass. We've still got our quadrant, which doesn't like being set down for some reason. Okay, if she wants to stand up like that, I'll let her. We've got a chip reader now, which helps us to know, like, what our speed is. I am glad that didn't go overboard. And most importantly, we got this, the chrono compass, which I can use whenever the sun is up to get both our latitude and longitude, which makes a significant improvement to navigating. So with this thing, like, this isn't super navigation oriented, but it does still give me something, because you can throw it into the water and she'll give you your approximate speed. So we're doing about 6 knots, which isn't bad.
Just like the simulation.
This thing is definitely, though, this is the one that is essentially how we're going to be able to find the objective. Because being able to get that extra
Rest thy name
is super useful.
Yes. Rest.
Oh goodness
Deliver me
gracious,
from mine
all the
enemies, O my
redeems,
God.
all the sound redeems.
Defend me from them that rise up against me. Deliver me from the workers of iniquity, and save me from bloody men. The mighty are gathered against me. Awake to help me, and behold.
Huh?
My goodness. This will make it insanely better to find the islands. Yeah, I've already used them once to successfully navigate to the island, which is...
Some of them do on a dang old human man, boy. I tell you what, I get a goddamn superhuman, innovative, animated dang old rubber, so that anything you say is ricocheting back at you, man. Devastating more than ever, demonstrating how to get a dang old audience of feeling like a slather egg, faded like a farmer's tan, man. I tell you what, here's getting worked up, come plain hot like propane, boom, how we're spitting them facts, man, spinning them rhymes like a dang old tornado, jib jabbing like it just ain't no thing. Why be a god and not a dang old king?
Alright, have you gotten it out of your systems? Alright, Uncle Dan. We'll wait to get yours in as well, then. Alright, who are we killing, exactly? Heal. Indeed. Heal. But who? We're still sleeping down here, by the way. We still have our hammock down here. But, we are quite well equipped now. You don't know? I see. Uncle Dan. I actually really do like this sail plan. I think it looks great for this ship. I'm very happy with this. Much more happy than I was with the variant we were using yesterday. Yesterday's variant was just... the setup was not good, and to be honest, the blue sails were okay, but I love how white sails look on a ship. I don't know. Maybe I'm just a traditionalist. I like how it looks. If I could paint the hull of the ship white, I would also paint it white, but I cannot. So... Alright, we catch a bit of fish. Three-masted frigate moment win. I mean, yeah. Like I said, if you want to see the ship that I've based the sail plan loosely off of, all you need do is Google the U.S. Coast Guard's Cutter Eagle. Which is quite an attractive ship in my book. I sadly don't have access to like the narrow, wide type of sails that she uses, because those aren't in the game currently, but should they ever be implemented into this game, you should fully expect I shall have many of them. As many as I can fit upon my mast. Because I like the look of them. Plus, it's fairly good for control. Lets me choose just how much yardage I want to have. USGC designation will never not be odd to type out. Yeah, it's a little bit unusual. It feels strange. Dang, all of these ones are taking my hooks. I'm glad that I bought an extra crate of hooks, because we're going to burn through them real quick at this rate. 4 letters is probably why. Yeah, it is a lot of letters for a naval designator. Normally you just, you know, the most common one being USS and HMS. So you get used to the 3-letter designators. You encounter a 4-letter and it's just like, something's not right here. I can feel it. The wind is almost completely dead on us right now. Goodness gracious. I believe you misheard. I have not said anything along those lines. Indeed, I do know this well. I am far more familiar than I would care to like to say. Guess we gotta get up. Gotta change our sails. The wind has shifted on us once again. Okay, so that's Mount Malefic right there. Yeah, we're not making very good speed right now, but... yeah, Chonky. I still owe you a beating for that, by the way. Yeah, so the situation he's referring to was a situation where I told him explicitly, don't take the heavy trailer down a specific road in SnowRunner, because it would get stuck. I was like, yeah, you need to find another route, because she's not going to make it through there. Shortly afterwards, of course, Chonky informs me that he took her down that route, and has gotten her stuck. For which, 8 hours of real life was spent fighting with that trailer to get her loose, to get her back out of there. I owe Chonky a beating for that. And I will repay that. I will, Chonky. It is only but a matter of time. He so often ignores my warnings, even though my warnings are often well-founded. I'll forgore, I will not forgore. You'll forget before I will? Exactly. Exactly, Chonky. He's learning. He's learning. I am many a thing. Begrudgingly, one of those things I must admit is I am somewhat spiteful by nature. And I am inclined towards getting my revenge one way or another when I feel slighted. It is not an overly Christian thing of me, but I shall be the first to acknowledge it. I mean, Chalky, Stream Elements isn't getting on to you. It's just one of the timed messages. Why are you yelling? Oh, because the message about me getting yelled at about eating. No one tell Faithful. I had a bite of fudge earlier because there was some very good fudge made by Pawpaw's wife, and they allowed me to take a helping of it home. But beyond that is the extent of our consumption for today, beyond water, of course. But you are all now sworn to secrecy. I expect you to die before you should reveal these secrets, even under threat of torture. You may not have signed on for it, but now... Give now what, the fudge? It's kind of a dark chocolatey one. I actually quite like it. It's very good. Your price is 1 snickerdoodle. I do not possess a snickerdoodle at this time. Would dark chocolate fudge suffice, Uncle Dan? You need it, Chonky. I mean, if you had been down here already, I could have shared some with you, but... What a shame it is. Oh no, Uncle Dan. So easily is he bought with a snickerdoodle. I mean, fair. Everyone's got their little treat, I suppose. I'm not sure what mine would be that's comparable, but... Soldier, you wouldn't sell me out for nothing, would you? You wouldn't throw me under the bus just so that I can be the one getting yelled at instead of you, would you? You wouldn't do that to a brother. Right? Yeah, Chonky. I'm gonna beat you one of these days, bud. And it will be a well-deserved beating. Move the empty barrel back here. It's out of my way. Yeah, Chalky. Alright, so how this thing works. So, how this device works is, it is using the sun to give you the longitude and latitude system based off the shadow. So you see down in the bottom that shadow that I'm moving right now, by moving the central thing? When that touches, that's where you're at. So down in the bottom it's telling me our latitude, or our longitude, and at the top it's telling us our latitude. So right now we're at 39 by probably 1 or 2. You've got to have a sunny day to be able to read her, but... And then... You can look at that, 39 by 2, so we're in the quadrant that has Mount Malefic in it, which checks out. Why is she turning in this way? We may have to shift cargo around. She's healing a lot more than I care for her to do so right now. Maybe if said brother didn't go around flaunting the fact that he's obeying order, no. Well. See, there's no point in me trying to keep it quiet, is the thing. It always ends up coming up. Someone will ask. And I am not inclined towards lying to someone if I can help it. And we have to shift cargo. It's going to be really interesting, I'll be honest. Because there's a lot of fairly heavy cargo down here, but like most of it is going to be quite hard to reach, as the large majority of it is back there, which means I have to clear this zone first. So we're just going to have to keep a close eye on our healing, make sure that we're not taking water on below deck. If we start taking water on below deck, we'll have to figure something out. Alright, Chunky. If you end up feeling well enough later to play WarThunder, let me know, but if not, no big deal. We shall sail today. Oh. No. Oh, yep, we are starting to take water on, so... Let's see how she does whenever we close this one up. Nah, it's not a white lie, it's a lie by omission. I simply don't inform her. And if I do inform her, then I get yelled at. Okay, yeah, she's healing way less now that we closed up the gaff, which checks out. Eight knots isn't bad. So we're making 8-9 knots, give or take, which is not fast, mind you. It's not particularly quick, but it's a respectable speed, especially considering the wind not being overly compliant with us today. I suppose if I rotate our masts around, we might be able to do a little bit better. She is healing a bit again, but that's not surprising with so much yardage that way. Did I determine the wind direction? So it's those flags up at the top. That's all I've got to tell the as a as a indicator of wind, which makes it quite hard at nighttime, because at nighttime I can't see them unless it's like a particularly well moonlit night. But if the moon isn't nice and bright, I cannot see them when they're up there. And I've got no wind vanes or anything on this one, which is surprising because the cog that you get in this region, which is the starting ship, has a wind vane. They start to droop when the wind dies? Yes. So right now you can tell the wind is going because they are, like, they're maintaining their shape, but there are times where you'll see that they're barely moving at all, and those are, the wind is dead and the ship is moving relatively slowly. Right now we've got a good wind. It's just coming in off of our starboard and a bit to the rear, so. But yeah, you're very reliant on traditional methods of navigation and understanding your ship, what she's doing. If you can't see your flags, then you gotta kind of reason out based off of how your sails are reacting, off of where the wind is coming from. And the only way to know your precise speed is with the chip reader. And even that's not technically your precise speed, it's an approximate. Yeah, so we're still making 8-9 knots. I've seen some sail plans in this game where people are booking it and they're up towards like that 20 knot area, and those ships are horrifyingly fast. If you're making 20 knots with a sailing ship, it's like, oh dear. How's it going? It's going well enough. We're making a decent speed. We're healing a bit more than I care for, but it happens. Especially with the cargo kind of the way it's laid out. I don't have... Unfortunately, I don't have like a ballast item. I am considering at some point I'm going to buy one of the logs that you can buy in this game, and I'm just going to keep it on board the ship at all times as a ballast that I can throw around below deck based off of what's going on. Because it's one of the heavier items, but I may also go with something smaller, because the logs are quite large. Probably the best ratio would be gold, but they're expensive. Alright, Marnie, you have a wonderful rest of your day. Rest up. Thank you for popping in. Smoking Peppers. Welcome in, my friend. How did you find us? I hope that you are doing well today. Soldier. I guess that's the best I can ask for. I really need to get one of the stoves at some point. That way I can start cooking our food. We're gonna start closing up some of these sales just because we're healing a concerning amount. Yep, we got water coming over the side, so. Cease. Go. Oh, crud. There. She's a bit more under control now. So if the wind stays like this for very long, we may have to close the stay sails and we'll just use the squares. In fact, I think that's precisely what we should do. Alright, Uncle Dan. Hopefully the meeting should go well. You do not need to apologize. I am really glad I bought extra hooks, because my goodness, we are just about out of them at this point. It's outrageous how quickly we're going through them. Nothing's biting. It's got a hook. Okay, she's still going the right way. Oh! Why have we got water down below deck? What's going on? What? We're not healing hard. We're not in a storm. Why was there water below deck? Game out here playing pranks on me. Outrageous. That was terribly rude of the game. Essentially threw a bucket of water on me just to spook me. Ow. It's unfortunate that the wind shifted to be blowing towards us while we got squares open while I was sleeping, as that has likely robbed us of any progress we would have been making, and has blown us off course. So we shall have to get not only underway again, but we're also going to have to get turned back the correct direction, so that way we're actually making progress where we need to be. Okay, well, we're going to have to do it the other way then, which is frustrating, to say the least. Reopen the squares on the central mast, that way it should blow us backwards. Burn reverse. Okay, now she's starting to back up the correct direction. Oh, there we go. At least we're back underway again now. Frustrating to have lost so much time, as Lord only knows how long the wind was blowing into our sails and backing us up, but okay, so we're at 38 by 3, give or take. You can just barely see Mount Malefic, which is a fairly large item, so it does check out that we're about that far. I don't know what the exact distance that you can see her from is, but We'll go to sleep again for a wee bit, and then when we're up again, we'll take another measurement, see where we're at. Oh, for crying out loud. It looks like that's touching, and if that's touching, then that's correct, and we're at 48 by 2, or 38 by 2. Which does check out. Because that would put us still heading south from Mount Malefic, but we're down in the quadrant below it now. Of course, that does mean we need to start turning a wee bit more easterly. But which the ship is done on its own volition anyway, so I guess it's not a big deal. Start bringing the nose around and try to get more of a southeast rather than east-southeast. And to reef those, or close up those top sails for now, I think. Just because we're still healing a fair bit and we're in some pretty gnarly chop. Decent waves have come in. Should hopefully keep us a wee bit more level. I do regret not bringing cargo that was like a single heavy item that I could shift around easily as a ballast, but that's what made the last voyage I did out here a fair bit easier, and then the return trip as well. Because for both, I had a cargo that I could pretty readily toss around to keep the ship level. But not so much this time. Sorry, cleaning the mouse, and that's why it's jerking around a lot. I was trying to keep her steady, but she didn't want to comply. Okay, we're gonna have to go down to the lower deck. Okay, so about 5 knots. Which isn't spectacular, but... Alright. That should hopefully keep her relatively level. And hopefully get us a wee bit of speed going for while the wind is coming at an angle that I can actually capture it at with the square sail. Without having to turn it, mind you. Because I could always turn the mast to catch a bit more of it, but that's when she starts to heal a bit whenever we do that. And I don't much care for it. About 6 knots with not a ton of wind. That's not bad. It could be better, but it could be far worse, to be honest. Yep, it's pretty consistent. I'll see how the healing is with the sail reefed like that for now. Actually, it looks like it's doing fairly well with the sail reefed like that, so we might leave her like that until she starts misbehaving. Just so that we can get that extra bit of yardage open, so we can have a little bit of speed. Okay, maybe not. Alright, give her a watch for a little bit, see how she's doing now. It would appear that the quadrant is broken right now, so guess we won't be using it. Put it back in the chest. Okay, now she's maintaining her course and she's not healing. I'm gonna start leaving a deck light on just in case I have to jump up and run to the deck. At least I'll be able to see a little bit of what I'm doing. It's unfortunate to have to waste the oil that way by burning a lamp while I'm asleep, but being able to see what I'm doing is worth its weight in gold. Okay, still looks like it's doing good. That last little bit of sleep. We'll see if it gives us just a wee bit more sleep. That way we've got we've got sunlight starting once we're back on deck. Guess not. Might be able to actually get away with dropping this one again for now. So we're encountering very little healing right now. Turning too far south again. I don't know why she's fighting me so much on maintaining a course. I don't know why. But she does not wish to maintain this heading. See how that does. If she'll maintain her heading like this. Now she's trying to pull to the east. I need to find the sweet spot where it'll keep us on this correct heading, otherwise we're constantly going to have to be making adjustments, which is going to get annoying, but of course we may end up not having a choice but to do so. At least we've got the chrono compass, so we should be able to find our way even if we get knocked off course a bit. And we've got plenty of time. We've got ration to last us for a hot minute, and a good bit of time before any of the packages are expected there. So, she's still going east though. She is starting to heal a bit again, and it's also looking like we might have weather forming. We've got kind of that grayish tinge to the sky that normally is just before the storms in this game. But it's hard to tell because it's also still morning, so... I suppose it doesn't really matter. There's no point in stressing over the weather. If it storms, it's going to storm, and there's very little I can do about it, and there's no harbor nearby to hide in. So, if it storms, we have no choice but to try to push through as best we can. Looks like she's almost maintaining her heading now. Oh, yep, there's the first raindrop. So yeah, we definitely have a storm incoming, which is a tad unfortunate. In fact, that means we're going to start closing up sails. Yeah, we got wind going, or water going below deck, so... It is for the best that we should start closing up sails. At the very least, we're gonna drop down to just the 5 that are near the deck. Because as much as I love being able to beat feet, beating feet doesn't do me any good if I sink the ship in the process, you know? We'll see how she does now. still getting water below deck. Lovely weather for ducks. Indeed, Hoodie. How are you doing today, my friend? Welcome in. I would appreciate it if the weather were a wee bit more compliant with me, but it is what it is. Hopefully, shifting those tools around will get us a wee bit more level sailing for a bit. I'm doing well enough, my friend. Other than the seas being a wee bit choppy for my liking. But it's nothing that we can't largely handle. But I do hope it doesn't get any worse, as shifting much more of the cargo around is going to be quite difficult just due to the situation below deck. But so long as that controls her healing from side to side, we should be alright. And then we'll shift cargo around again once the weather is a little bit more compliant with us. But I hope that you're doing well, my friend. I hope that your day has been treating you right. And I do welcome you in. You're always appreciated here, my friend. It's been going okay. Well, sometimes it's all you can ask for, I suppose. Have I seen the new boat yet? I have. I have not seen it in person. I have not gone to the harbor where it lies, as it's a fairly pricey vessel. We're trying to build up some cash before we head that way, because I would like to acquire it. As it looks like quite the interesting ship. I'm a little worried about how it'll sail, as it looks like it'd be somewhat top-heavy. Seems cool, but wasn't what you were expecting? Yeah, I was expecting another, like, ship from the Astron style, another European-style sailing vessel, not another Asiatic one, but you thought they'd go more in the direction of a Polynesian vessel? I mean, it is from Java, so it's Indonesian at least. So it's not, you know, like as far north as the other ones were. So it's moving in that direction at least. Because it's based off of the Jong with a D on the start of it from the southern parts of like Indonesia, Java, around there. If you're expecting one of those big old catamarans that they like, that would be an interesting one to see. I would be curious how well it would do as a cargo ship, just down to how stable they're supposed to be. Well, at least we're maintaining our heading, despite everything. Welcome back, Uncle Dan. You heard Java, so you're getting a cup of tea, or a cup of coffee? Fair enough, fair enough. See, that's how you know my brain, I'm a tea drinker, not a coffee drinker by nature. My brain jumped straight to getting tea, not coffee. Though I do drink coffee. I just was raised on tea. I don't like that storm core looks like it might catch us. Or at least it'll catch the front of us. I don't know if it'll catch the entire ship, but... Yeah, it's looking like we're gonna sail almost dead on into that. Unless it cuts in front of us with some speed. Well, actually no, because it does look like it's moving. It's moving at a decent speed. We might be spared the worst of it. Which will be nice, as I don't much care for sailing directly into storms. An appropriate song. Okay, yeah, looks like we're lucky. We're moving slow enough to where the storm has cut out in front of us, so that, at least, is good. One of the few times that moving slow is beneficial. the hurricane's gonna circle back on me. Thankfully, that is not a thing in this game. Otherwise, I would be concerned of it doing such things. But no, this is just a bad squall going across us right now. Thankfully. Need to make that a thing. Yeah, I do hope that over time they will like implement more weather, especially a season. I would love to have like seasons be a thing in this game where there's like, you know, monsoon seasons and whatnot. Things where there's a way to track it. That'd be great. But some more storm types and whatnot could also be interesting. Trade winds changing directions. Yeah, there's a good number of things that I do hope that they'll add to this game. I don't know if they will, but only time will tell. Yeah, like so that it changes with the seasons. That way, there's kind of like an ebb and flow if you're wanting to do certain trade. But then it'd also be one of those things, you know, where it's like well, the easy way would be to go with the trade winds based off of what season it is. Maybe you could make a particularly larger sum of money by transporting goods from one region to another if, you know, the seasons are against it. So, you know, like if you're in Astron and there's a demand for tools or something in Al-Ankh, but the season has made it to where the winds are against it, maybe you make more money than you would normally even. Like they're willing to pay a premium to get it. That'd be really interesting, and it would also give you reasons to like go and fight the storms and fight the winds not wanting to cooperate with you, because you could make a hefty sum of money by going against it, doing out of season shipping. But you could also do in-season shipping and, you know, go with the trade winds where they comply with you. I'd certainly think it'd be an interesting thing. And imagine a winter storm on a sailboat. I mean, it would imagine how it would be. See this in a fever dream, see this as an MMO. Yeah, I mean, there are, like, sailing/trading MMOs that exist, but they're almost all of them that I'm aware of, at least, are, like, third-person, top-down kind of things. Not things where you're getting in and controlling your ship yourself, which, that's the big thing. That's my biggest draw to this game, is just, I love being down on the ship and having to learn the techniques that you have to use to navigate and how to operate a sailing vessel, where a lot of those kind of games are focused more on the trade aspect of it. So the sailing mechanic tends to be pretty shallow, which is why none of them have ever really appealed to me that much. I've played a few of them in the past, but like I've never stuck with any of them because they just don't hold the appeal that this one does. Like, I'm at almost 400 hours on this game. Mind you, of course, that is with me having taken a rather long break for a while from it. But still, I came back to the game and put in, you know, another 100-something hours, so... This is definitely a game that's kind of unique in the fact that it's the only one where I've encountered where it's this involved on sailing. Yeah, Soldier. In a lot of those games, you don't even have to do like steering in some of the trading MMOs that I've encountered. Some of them it's literally just click. Like you click and the ship will sail in that direction, and there's no needing to like compensate for winds or anything. A lot of them are very shallow or are exclusively focused on the trade end of it. Or there's a lot of them like what's that one game that everyone always tries to recommend to me? It's the pirate one. I can't remember it now. I can't remember now off the top of my head, but those are both Sea of Thieves. That's the big one. I constantly get recommended the Sea of Thieves because I play this game. And I'll be honest, having looked at Sea of Thieves, it holds almost no interest for me. Because the sailing is very basic in it. Yeah, that's kind of what I've seen. You can sail straight into the wind. Yeah, so that doesn't hold any appeal to me. That's why I never get into those kind of games. Like, people assume since I'm playing a sailing game, that means I just like being in games that are like that. But it's like, no, I love this game because of how in-depth it is and how involved it is. Like, the fact that I have to look up how to use a chrono compass. I have to look up how you best use quadrants and to figure out navigation skills that are not hardly ever used anymore. I have to come up with sail plans that are resilient to different kinds of weather that I can work with no matter what kind of season I'm in, no matter where the wind is coming in. Like, I have to learn how to dead reckon. There's so much to this game that makes it so appealing to me, where a lot of other sailing games or other games that are coined as sailing games just don't hold that, you know? Like, this game is an outlier in a lot of my games that I play because it is basically one of the only ones that's like real sailing focused, and yet something I've played a ton of. So I got a few other sailing games, I just don't hardly ever use them. Closest game you've seen is Following Seas, but you haven't seen much from it? Let me pull that one up so I can look into it. Because my only worry is with this game, the fact that the dev, I don't know if they're going to, like, I don't know how much they intend to put into it. Looking at, like, their dev logs and whatnot, they're active, but it seems like there's not a ton that they're planning to do beyond kind of what's already in the game. There's talks of adding a few more ships. There's talks of maybe adding in other systems like that, and there's talks of adding whaling, and those are interesting and everything, but I'm worried about how much the dev intends to flesh this game out. It's like a more realistic version of sailing, less arcadey. I see. It does look very similar to this. But I see what you mean. At least on the art style, it's more realistic. Whipstaff Games, do they have anything else to their name, or are they an unproven dev? Okay, so that is all they've got right now. That always is somewhat something that will worry me, but also I'm willing to give indies a fair shake, you know? You never know. Especially because AAA are not exactly, being a AAA company doesn't exactly mean that a company knows how to make a decent game, as we've seen a fair number of recently. There's a free demo. I shall have to see about picking up the demo. Especially once our new PC is done. That's kind of what's holding me back right now on playing a lot of games. It's just the fact that this laptop is dying on me and that one cooling unit has not arrived. I'm just like to see a flight game like this. I mean, there are tons of like real in-depth flight games if you're looking for those. But if you're talking like from, I'm curious what angle you're talking from, I suppose. Like the trading aspect, the realism aspect, the mechanics aspect. Because if you're looking for mechanical and whatnot, there are some really good ones out there. Like the flight sim genre is a rich field right now, especially with some of them. Okay, we didn't have that one open. Good stuff, good stuff. We're gonna leave our deck light on again. So if we have to come running up here, we can see what we're doing for the most part. But I'll definitely be looking into this game, because now I'm curious. Following Seas. Just because, like I said, this is a genre of game that I really do love, but there's just not a ton of competition in it. It's a pretty insular community right now. There aren't that many games that are like sailing sims that are focused in on the mechanics of traditional sailing and trade and whatnot. So I shall watch it closely. Back in the day, trading, doing puddle jumping in remote areas. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I could. That is. So you're kind of in the same spot then, Soldier, that I'm in, where it's like you're looking for something that's niche. As such, it can be quite hard to find something that scratches that itch, because I'm not aware of any flight sims that kind of focus on that. Should probably top that off. Okay, that's the one that's getting low, so we'll use this one first. Uncle Dan, why are you yelling at me now? What the... 13%. We still got a little bit. Oh. Guess we're back on the deck. We're not going to worry about refilling the lanterns that are towards the back of the ship right now, down in the hold, just because they haven't been used at all during this journey, so... I'm aware of a couple of games like that. Soldier, remind me, shoot me a DM. There's a couple of games I can think of that are kind of in that genre that might match what you're looking for. But you'll need to remind me, because I'll have to go dig them up. And something tells me I should not remember before long. Alright, we'll let the sun get up a ways before I'm gonna worry too much about trying to break out the chrono compass and get a reading. As right now, something tells me the angle would be rendering trying to read that a futile effort. Oh yeah, no, you're preaching to the choir, soldier, on that one. That is why I love this game so much. It is just the having to learn these old techniques that people used back in the day and having to figure out how you work with the tech of the era, because, you know, there's no GPS. There's nothing like that. Whereas today we have a wildly complex system. But back then, you know, you only had what you had learned. You had to know what you were doing to pull it off. If you mess up, it's on you. Yeah. Yeah, that would be nice. Having a map where you could interact with it to have something to indicate where you're at. That way you could better track it, instead of having to just kind of eyeball and remember. I can agree with you on that. Gives you something to do on long trips too. Yeah, on long trips, that is kind of the only... this is the only weakness of this game for me right now, is there's not that much to do whenever I'm doing these longer voyages like this. And you post a link, you should be able to. I don't think the bot will smack you for it. Yeah, I've seen this map a few times. Yeah, something like that in the game. It'd be an interesting one. I would hope that if they do go that route that they wouldn't give in to the temptation to add in some kind of positioning system that could tell you where you're at, because I feel like that would be a cop-out. But yeah, it would be interesting to do it that way. You could more reliably try to do like Dead Reckoning then as well, instead of how we kind of do it now. So I mean, I wouldn't mind if they added it in like that, Uncle Dan, because for me at least, I'm not gonna be tempted by it, except for like maybe once in a blue moon if I'm getting like particularly frustrated and can't find where I'm looking for because I made some grievous error. But even then, like I'd still rather it not be there, just because it would take away from it a little bit. But I could understand why if they added it, because there are people that are going to want it. I just don't understand it myself. As a game like this, one of the biggest appeals is the fact that you don't have something like that. The fact that you have to figure it out. And when you're trying to like recreate a setting like this as well, you know, sailors that were on the high seas having to use these techniques was like, you know, if you made a mistake, there wasn't any way to undo that. In fact, the recover ship option is almost something I don't even like, and I use it. I've used it several times. I'm glad that they've put that there's a punishment for doing it, but even then, you know. Of course, at the same time, there's also the fact that I will acknowledge that one solely down to the fact that how this game's world is versus the real world, wherein, you know, 99% of this planet in the game is just oceans with nothing. So if you miss, like, good luck. So from that angle, I can understand the recover ship option, and why I don't protest too loudly about it. Because it has its place. At least in the real world, if you were to completely whiff on your navigation, so long as you had sufficient supplies, you theoretically weren't doomed, because if you kept sailing, eventually you'd find land. Because you can't miss every continent on Earth, you know. But there are no continents in this game. It's just a handful of small islands and then open waters beyond that. So I can understand that tool. That one, like I said, doesn't bother me too much. Yeah, whenever I was trying to find Happy Bay the first couple of times that it's funny, the first time I went out for Happy Bay after having come back to playing the game, I found it off of luck, and that was mostly it. Except for the 40 to 50 degrees south, it's like the roaring 40s, there's no land there, that's why the wind is so strong. Yeah, but I mean, so what I'm saying is if you were sailing through a zone like that, you know you can eventually, if you turn east or west, you will eventually find land. You know? Like, it may be a very long time before you find land, but so long as you have enough supplies, you could theoretically eventually find something. Whereas with this game, you know, if you whiff, like, good luck, because it is nothing but ocean in every direction forever. Need to just turn and head almost dead south. Yeah, for the rest of the planet, it's impossible to miss 100, or impossible to 100% miss land if you keep going east or west, yeah. And so long as you know if you're in that particular region, if you just adjust course a little bit, then you're back to, eventually you'll find land. Like I said, it's debatable how hospitable that land will be, debatable if it'll even be a zone that is livable, but you'll find land. But in this game, that is not a guarantee. You either navigate correctly or sail into the oceans, never to be seen again. I could probably afford to open that gaff, maybe, but maybe not. Take care of myself, oh dear. Alright, no. Alright, Uncle Dan. If it doesn't, then I'm gonna have to go and check Tangia and see what's going on. Lord only knows how long it's been broken, as it's not used hardly ever. Okay, I heard it and I saw it. Did you hear it? Didn't hear anything, just saw it. Son of a gun. Okay, let me check some stuff real quick. Yeah, before you did it yesterday, it had been 236 days since this had been used, so it may have been broken for a while, and I just haven't been aware. Okay, hold on. So I'm going to tab out of the game, because I'm going to have to pull it up on the laptop that I'm using and check the tools and whatnot, see if I can figure out... While we're here... Nope, those are still broken. Okay, noted. There's so much stuff broken right now. Oh dear, oh dear. Everything is running so poorly. Ay, 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 ay. I cannot wait for that CPU cooler to arrive. They really need to get that thing here already. Because I don't know how much longer this laptop's going to be with us. It's limping pretty hard at this point. Is there any tracking information on the cooler? I hadn't checked it recently, but I can see if they finally updated anything. Yeah, the last update in transit from New York on the 13th. And that is the last time that it gave me any notification on the tracking situation. Let's see, I'll check in with the specific group that's supposed to be doing this. See, that always concerns me, because then it's the group that they say is transiting it. I put in the tracking code there, and they don't know. Like, it pulls up nothing. I have no idea. I have no idea, man. I'm deeply frustrated by it, to say the least. Okay, let me see. So finally got this to load. Let's check the properties. Okay, hold on. I think I might see the issue. Okay, now let me try it again. Okay, did you hear it that time? Yes? Okay, thank goodness. And let me... as I owe you that one from yesterday. Okay, my apologies. So it had the, I guess the audio configuration got swapped at some point, and it just had been so long since I used it I didn't even notice. Yeah, I'll admit, it did confuse me a little bit. I was trying to figure out where the sound had come from when it happened yesterday, because it happened during a moment where we were walking around, I think, and I was just like, wait, did I hear that? I was like, did they add an enemy into the game that uses the screaming goat noise? Because if so, that's hilarious, but like, a bit random. So you did succeed in that regard. You just couldn't hear it because the audio was incorrect. But at least that's been rectified. I'm just gonna have, whenever I get that new PC built, I'm gonna have to use how I have OBS set up on this side to like rebuild it all, because I'm not aware of any way to just transfer it. I'm pretty sure I'll have to rebuild my OBS settings, but so long as I have this OBS still, like, I'll be able to just use it as the, you know, the framework for the other one. A bit late in the day to be using this thing. It's kind of hard to see now, but... to the point where it's actually not entirely certain if that was a a even remotely valuable reading. You know, it's funny, another two things that I've seen chatter about for this game being, and one of them is one I've regularly called for, is the implementation of crow's nests and rowboats. Both of those would be very welcome additions. Crow's nest for very obvious reasons, as being able to get up higher to where I can actually see is rather nice. And then a rowboat, just because, I'll be honest, there are some ports that I am not comfortable bringing these larger vessels into. Yeah, you can kind of climb the mast, yeah, you can. You can use the rigging to, like... It's kind of finicky, but... Yeah, you couldn't do that until the last update. It's funny because you can't see yourself up in the rigging, but, like, it is the best thing that you can do currently in that regard. Only if you had the experimental 3D ropes turned on. Yeah, I've always had that one turned on myself, but like, it hasn't, like, at least it's more stable now with it. So I'll be honest, before I don't think it was super stable with them. Though it was easier to climb up them previously, I feel. I could be wrong on that, and it might just be my perception of it, but... Yeah, crow's nest would be nice. Well, and I've seen that there are mods that add some to, like, some of the ships. And that's one of those things where it's like, that's a good sign, because it means a modder has been able to implement it and it worked. So theoretically, we should be able to expect that the dev will be able to implement something along those lines. That way we can have a crow's nest that we can climb up to and use. Especially because the only issue with this, like climbing up this, other than it being a wee bit finicky, if I have my sails open, like if these squares are open, there's no point to me doing this because I can't see anything anyway, you know? Which is why you put the crow's nest up above, so that way you can be up above your sails. Because otherwise you can't hardly see nothing. Can't see bupkis. I also think I'm going to stop wasting money cleaning my ship. It's kind of annoying. Like, I cleaned it before we set out on this voyage, and it's already dark again, so... That feels like that happens way too quickly. This time was kind of an experiment, because I was curious if it would last through this voyage or not. But if it can't even last through one voyage like this, then yeah, it's just a waste of money to clean the ship like that. What is the purpose of the cleaning? It just, the ship has a lighter color. The hull is normally a much lighter color than what it is right now. And I like the look of that. Like, I like the look of the lighter color for the ship. But it's also like 200 or 400 coin to do it. And if it can't even survive a single like, it didn't even make it through the entirety of this voyage. It happened pretty quickly. Like, we've had a dark hull for a couple of days already at this point. And for me, that kind of, you know, it's like, well, what's the point, you know? I like the look of it, but it's not worth it if it's not going to last long enough for me to actually enjoy it for any amount of time. Wait, hold on, before we go to sleep. Supposedly it slightly increases the ship's speed if it's clean. I mean, if that's the case, I have not noticed any difference when it is clean versus when it isn't. Ah, daggnabbit, this is still broken. Okay, there we go. Okay. Not sure if that's actually true, though. Yeah, it's kind of hard to tell sometimes with what is and isn't true with the game mechanically, because you'll see different people saying different things all the time, and it makes it kind of a pain in the butt to know what is and isn't, you know? Yeah. Well, yeah, because, you know, if you're pulling the barnacles and whatnot and stuff like that off the ship, then it makes sense, because the difference between aerodynamics and dynamics in water are fairly similar. So it checks out that a clean hull makes a ship faster. But it's hard to say if that's actually reflected in the game, and if it is, if it's reflected in a way to where it's worthwhile. Since there's no way for me to, like, go out and clean the hull myself while I'm sailing. Instead, I just have to wait until I get to a port and then pay to have it cleaned. And it's not a worthwhile thing if it can't last longer than it does right now, because, like, it was within a couple of days. You've seen players on the Discord swear by it. Yeah, that's the problem. It's hard to know, because there are people on there that'll... I've seen people swear up and down on one thing and another about mechanics to the game. And it makes it so hard to get accurate information on the mechanics of the game at times. Not that the dev is particularly helpful in that, as he doesn't seem to typically come out and say it too frequently, or have like an area where we can readily find some of these answers at the moment. You haven't been able to tell if there's a difference yourself. Yeah, I mean, just going off of my experience, it doesn't feel like there's any difference. And if there is a difference, it's so insignificant that it's not worth the expense, you know? Because that's the big thing for me, is it a valuable trade-off financially? Like, I've been avoiding doing the, using the guys that will allow you to unload stuff at the piers until, just last night was the first time I had used it. And now I'm much more willing to use it because before I wasn't sure if the amount of time it would save would be worth it financially, but with how much faster I can load and unload a ship using it, now it's one of those things where it's like, no, actually, I think it is a worthwhile trade-off for me. Just because it can save me so much time, I can get underway much faster. So, in that regard, that's one of those ones where I've found a mechanic where I'm like, yeah, I'm willing to pay that extra rather than unloading the ship the traditional way. But for the longest time, I wouldn't touch it, because, you know, I was like, why would I spend money? But after seeing how much faster it is, it's like, okay, no, it actually is financially worthwhile. But can I say the same thing for cleaning the ship? No. And cleaning the ship is pretty expensive, too. Like, if it were cheaper, it wouldn't be such a big deal, but it's not exactly a cheap upgrade, or a cheap thing to do, you know, because you also have to pay the like the fee for using the harbor, or using the shipyard. So you're getting double hit if you want to clean your ship. Jake in a Boat was making a mod for that and it suddenly appeared in the base game. Nice. I haven't seen Jake in some time. So you think people cling to the speed increase theory? Yeah. Yeah. Well, and you can't deny the impact of psychology on someone. If someone's convinced of something, whether it's true or not, largely becomes irrelevant. If they believe that cleaning the ship makes them go faster, then they're going to keep cleaning their ship until you can find something concrete against it, and especially if they've put any money towards it. Because otherwise, you know, it's a sunk cost fallacy situation where it's like, I've already spent this much money cleaning the ship, so it has to make the ship faster, or I'm wasting money, and I'm on the other end of it, where it's like, nah, no, I've tried it a couple of times. I love how my ship looks whenever the ship is clean, but I can't financially sign off on it in my head. Because even if it is speeding up my ship, it is so insignificant, the upgrade, the speed boost, that it's just, why would I continue to waste my money whenever I can put that money towards buying more cargo that I could then transport to make more money, so that way I can get the new ship sooner. But I can understand people with the sunk cost fallacy. It happens. It's why I still play WarThunder. It's a big part of it. Is the amount of time and money I've sunk into that game over the last almost 12 or 13 years that I've played it is enough to where I always come back to it, because it's like, well, I got to. I've put so much in. Give it a little longer before we break out the chrono compass and take a reading. Yeah, I mean, yeah, so a perfect example, Uncle Dan, of like why it's hard to even tell is because it takes me approximately 7 to 8 days typically to sail to Happy Bay, clean or not clean. And then coming back, it's about 6 days. I can make it back a fair bit quicker than I can make it out there because the wind works with me more typically on the way back. So it ends up being one of those things where it's like, unless I saw a significant increase to my ship's speed, something where I could tell, and I'd have to experiment even then. I'd have to try to find 2 times where I could take the ship out and put her through trials to see how much of a difference there is. But it's not really plausible to consistently run ship trials in this game. The winds and whatnot can be a little bit too inconsistent. And it's also one of those things where it's like, you know, putting a ship through its paces is much easier nowadays, because nowadays you're testing the mechanics of the ship. You know? Whenever you're putting it through its paces, it's more about, can its engines sustain a certain speed, if so, for how long, etc. Whereas in this, it's a sailing vessel, so there's nature that has to be taken into account for, where is the wind as strong on both days? Was the wind coming in from the right direction both days? Were the currents complying with us both days? It's doing naval trials with a sailing vessel is much harder. There's just too many factors you have to try to keep track of, and too many of them are factors that are outside of your control. The only thing I could think of is if there's mods that let you, like, control the weather and whatnot. So that way you could have it to where you replicate the same weather both days. But even then, there's still just so many things to try to keep track of. I would not want to have to put the ship through a trial if I could help it. Not to mention just the money that would be sunk into it. If this were a game where, you know, I had like 6 ships under my name and 5 of the other ones were crewed and outrunning their own things, I could almost justify it then, taking my ship out for trials to try to get a reading, because then it also becomes worthwhile, because, you know, I'm not just getting the information for the one vessel, which would take a long time. If the trial proved that the ship is faster clean versus not clean, it would take longer to offset that cost based off of how much faster we'd get there, versus if I had a company of ships and I was trying to find out, you know, for a standardized running system, you know. If I had 5 or 6 ships and it was like, okay, we're going to implement a rule where ships have to be cleaned before leaving because it makes them faster, then it could offset its the trial costs much quicker. It's really hard to do any accurate testing. Yeah, it really is. It's almost impossible, I would argue. You can do it, but outside of having mods or something, or dev tools or something, it'd be... You kind of like that it gave rise to game lore. I mean, yeah, I like that there are people developing their own culture around things because of it, but it also just makes it kind of a pain in the butt whenever you're just trying to find straight info. Not that there's anything wrong with that. You don't always have to do, like, what is it, the most meta way to do something, you know? You don't always have to run at peak efficiency. Like bananas on board being bad luck, which came from the real world and transferred to this community. Yep. People think that's funny. I hadn't seen that. That must have happened while I was away or something. But that is quite comedic. But I guess I'm not surprised that there are a lot of sailing myths and whatnot that end up transferring over into games like this. Historically, sailors considered bananas to be bad luck, probably due to the fact that they spoiled quickly. Yeah, well, and it's not as obvious its benefits as compared to something, you know, like oranges and citrus, where we figured out pretty reliably the tie between citrus and staving off scurvy. Whereas potassium is not quite as, you know. Plus shipping it just with how quickly, especially since bananas feed into each other on their rotting process. If you've got them all packed into a crate, there's a good chance once one goes bad, it's going to make the rest go bad in no time. So even the slightest delay in shipping could just completely destroy the entirety of it. Suddenly you went from a very profitable shipment to you've got a box full of gunk that you can't use. So it's looking like we're at 37 by 3, maybe? So we need to turn a little bit more easterly than we are right now. Cooperate. Cooperate, darn you. There we go. I mean, even like things transferring over from the real world, like I always name my ship just because it's bad luck to not have your vessel named, even though there's nowhere for me to, like, you know, officially inscribe it anywhere. I don't have manifests that I have to provide that provide the name of the vessel. I can't put the name of the vessel on the side, but the ship is always named. It also just feels right. Not naming your vessel feels wrong. And for me, it's always I always either name it like the English way, or like the more American way. So either I'm gonna give it a name like in this one is the Good News, which is more that English style where you name the ship after a concept or something. Whereas other ones, you know, you might give it a name, and if you give it a proper name, it needs to be a woman's name. You don't give it a man's name. Wouldn't it be hard for you to code a way to allow a name on your ship? Yeah, I would like that, but of course I also understand that none of these vessels are particularly large. So, like, the only spot on this one I could see would be, like, here. Putting it on this section. You could put the name there. Like, this is a big ship for this game. For the sailing era, this is not that big of a ship. This is... Hold on. Oh, goodness gracious. Whew. That hurt. That really hurt. I don't know what just happened there, but that was unpleasant. The Evangel. That is a good name, I'm not gonna lie. I hadn't even thought of doing it that way. That might be what we'll use for the name for the Jong whenever we get it. We might call that one the Evangel, and this one will stay as the Good News. I hadn't thought to use the non-English variants though. That's not a bad idea. I like how you think. Same as the gospel, yeah. So I think when we get the Jong, then that'll be the variant of the name that we'll give to it. It'll be the Evangel since it's larger. In your language, it is the Evangelo. I do like that. That is it's an interesting way of saying it. I approve. I approve. It's a very prestigious sounding name for a ship as well. It just, it vibes well. Which is always an important factor in my book as well. When naming a vessel, it needs to be a sufficiently good name for it. Like, you know, I wouldn't name something like this size something like the Jenny or something. You know, you wouldn't name it after a woman. You'd name it after something more complex of an idea. Unless it was like a woman of particular repute. You know, there's stuff like the Queen Anne's Revenge and whatnot. But gotta go do some stuff. Be back in 20. Alrighty, hoodie. But I would like a way to officially name my ship. That would be nice. Just a little extra something, you know? Nope. I always fall whenever I'm up aloft. It happens so frequently trying to climb up. It doesn't help that the wind is shaking the ship a bit, so it keeps rocking to and fro while I'm trying to climb up. You be on the clown side, Collier's the lay nerd. See, I wonder, I don't think you can jump onto the, yeah, those aren't physical entities, darn. That would also be cool, to be able to stand on the beams up there. That'd be nice. Be a good option, because that's a thing that wasn't that uncommon, was for people to walk those. Dang, I still don't know what I did. But it kind of hurts to talk a little bit, I won't lie. I'm just gonna keep drinking water and see if I can offset whatever I did there earlier. So we had 22 days, so we're at what? 6 days now? So we should be getting close. We should be there in the next day or two. So long as we've been making decent time, which as far as I can tell we have. You know, now I'm kind of curious after we brought up sailing myths. Now I'm curious about looking up some. Let's see if we can find any interesting ones, eh? Killing the albatross. It's been bad luck to kill an albatross. Yeah, that's fair. Launching a ship. And she was splashed with human blood as tribute to the gods of the sea. Nowadays we use wine and champagne. I didn't know that's why we did champagne. I didn't know that we had traditionally it had been a blood thing. I'm glad that we don't do it that way anymore. It's a wee bit barbaric. not to mention heretical, but often the vessel is given a female name as a token of it becoming a bride to Poseidon or Neptune. So that's where we got the naming ships women's names and referring to them in that way, you know, whereas like I'm saying, I always say her whenever I'm talking about my ship. I'm getting her underway. She's heeling too far to one side or another. Cats and women. Cats are welcome on board, cats are welcome aboard a ship. Women aren't. On the other hand, pregnant women are not considered to be unlucky. I guess that makes sense, as historically a man was less likely to sleep with a woman who was already pregnant, and that's typically where the idea of not letting women on board came from, was a discipline angle. Which makes sense if you look at one of the common tropes in the Navy nowadays. Or two of them, actually. There's the trope of, you know, everyone in the Navy is gay. Because, historically, if ships weren't allowing women on board, so it was a tub sailing around in the ocean for God knows how long, with nothing but men aboard, and less disciplined men will give in to that temptation because of it. Which is unfortunate, but makes sense. And then nowadays, there's the secondary one of, whenever I was in the Air Force, you were always explicitly warned if you were going to have some kind of relations with someone from another branch, specifically, you didn't with Navy girls. Because of the effect of, like what I was saying earlier, when you've got a bunch of young men packed into something for a long time, those who are less disciplined will make poor choices, and as such they were often of ill repute, would be the way that I shall word it, to keep it somewhat family friendly. And thus you did not date a Navy girl, if you could help it. There was roughly a similar thing with the with Marine girls, but that's neither here nor there. That one wasn't as common of a trope. Conserve, welcome in. Inflation is ridiculous. Yes, it typically is. How are you today, Conserve? Where? Oh, where? There we go. See, Conserve, my favorite system for tracking that is the Taco Bell approach. The fact that a burrito at Taco Bell in the last 10 years has, while we've been told inflation has been 40%, the price of it has swelled by like 460%? Somewhere around there? Which means that something doesn't quite track there, you know? But that is always my favorite way. The other one being, of course, the bellwether of if the end of the world is nigh, being, does Arizona tea stop costing 99 cents? If it goes over 99 cents, it is likely that the world is ending, or will be soon. Now let's see, looking through some more of these superstitions. Tattoos. The reason so many seafarers have tattoos on their bodies. A Polynesian word recorded as tattoo, or Tatao, by Captain James Cook in 1769. These decorations took the forms of crosses, hearts, so on, act as good luck charms, and will ward off evil. It's a remnant of early practice of garlanding a ship with flowers. Oh dear. Of course it's storming. Upside, we appear to be going slow enough to where once again we have missed the core of the storm. So tired of it. We got economics and nothing about. Oh, not theory, theoretical. Can't we start it? Yeah. Yeah. Huh, now this is what I've not heard before. Light a cigarette off a candle, kill a sailor. Okay, it's a northern German thing, that's why. Lighting one's cigarette off of a candle means killing a sailor. Why? Apparently before the onset of the Industrial Revolution, many sailors were unable to land paid employment on a ship complemented by their dwindling savings by manufacturing matches. While waiting for their next commission, a careless and greedy individual not using a match to light his or her cigarette would deprive sailors of much-needed income. Ah. I've never heard that one before, I'll be honest. That's an interesting one. The Kraken, yeah, that's a well-known one. And we know why that's a thing. The giant squids have long been mistaken for a monstrosity because we had so rarely seen them because of how they live and where they live, that whenever we see something that large come up out of the ocean, it's a bit disconcerting for most people. Phantom ships, yeah, those are well known, especially ones like the Flying Dutchman. I was wondering if there were going to be any, like, more of the interesting ones other than... I did like the cigarette one. That one was interesting. I never would have thought of that. Yeah, this source focuses far too much on the stories, not the smaller superstitions that built up the culture. I think I can tell how you are. I think I can. I do hope that your day should go a little better now after that. And I am doing well enough other than whatever was going on with my voice earlier. Okay, so here's one where they're focused more on the smaller stuff. Renaming a boat. It is bad luck to change the name of the boat. If you do, you must have a denaming ceremony and officially christen the boat again. I've heard that one before. It's kind of in that same vein as like the, you name a ship. You have to name a ship. If you don't name a ship, it's bad luck. Of course, nowadays it's also just a tracking thing. You've got to find designators for vessels. Tattoos, of course, that's what we were talking about earlier. Believe that they would prevent drownings and whatnot. Especially popular were rooster and pigs tattooed onto the sailors' feet. blood, it was unlucky to set off at the start of fishing season without having first shed some blood in a fight or an accident. I've never heard that one. Fishing nets, it is good luck to use an odd number. Never heard that one. Call. Having the call of a newborn child on board a ship was meant to prevent anyone from drowning. This meant that calls were often purchased by sailors before a voyage. Call is a harmless membrane that covers the face and head of a newborn baby. It is very rare. Oh, okay, I see I get the thought process. Hat overboard. Losing a hat overboard was an omen that the trip would be a long one. I can imagine a dozen reasons why that one would have come up to be a thing. Some of these make sense, you know, like the call preventing drowning. I can kind of get it because it's what covers the child's head when they're in the womb and prevents their drowning, or is part of it. Eggshells be broken into tiny pieces once an egg was cracked open. This is meant to stop witches from coming to the ship to sail in the pieces of shell. I've never heard that one, and I can't begin to fathom the reasoning behind it. Starberry, welcome in, my friend. How are you doing today? We're just going through superstitions of sailors. Personal grooming. Anyone aboard who trimmed their nails, cut their hair, or shaved their beard brought down bad luck to the ship. Ha. Not sure I agree with that one. As one would think that is a very good time to be maintaining good grooming standards as aboard a ship, because ships aren't exactly the healthiest of environments, typically. You're in an incredibly good mood. Oh? Do tell, friend, why? Feet. Flat-footed people were unlucky on board a ship and were avoided by sailors before they boarded. That makes sense. Flat-footed is not going to be someone that's going to be a good sailor, typically, which means I wouldn't be. I'd be bad luck. I'd be bad luck on a ship. Women were bad luck on board a ship because they distracted the crew, which would anger the sea, causing treacherous conditions as revenge. However, conveniently for the male, naked women calmed the sea, which is why so many figureheads were women with... Non-sailing days. It was bad luck to sail on Thursday. God of Storms, Thor's Day. Okay. Friday, the day Jesus was executed. The first day of April, the day which Cain killed Abel. The second Monday in August, the day of Sodom and Gomorrah were destroyed. And the 31st of December, the day that Judas Iscariot hanged himself. Well, that's good news, Star. I'm glad to hear that things are looking up for you. I shall continue to pray on it, but it is good to hear that there's been some good developments for you. Watch your mouth. Some words were in saying brought about bad luck on board, including drowned, goodbye, and good luck. Things to do with land were believed to be bad luck if mentioned, such as churches, pigs, foxes, cats, and rabbits. I can kind of get the thought process behind those. Mostly just from the angle of you don't want to hurt morale, and thus it becomes a legend. You get a superstition. That's where most superstitions come from, you know. It's like most of them have a logical reason why someone came up with it. And 9 times out of 10 in this kind of a situation, it's something like that, you know, where it's like you don't want someone talking about things on land or saying something that could be considered ominous or an ill omen, because it makes people more likely to be stressed and whatnot, or think about things that they ought not to be, so I can understand that reasoning. No whistling, or singing into the wind was forbidden as it would whistle up a storm. That one I don't get. That one sounds like purely hokey. That's just something that someone came up with. The logic isn't really there for it. All the bills are paid. Actually got to fully pay one of them with your Twitch payout. Nice. I'm glad that you're making good money on Twitch, at least. That you're making enough to start paying bills off of it, which is always a good sign. I have a ways yet before I'm there, but I am proud of you, my friend. You are very much deserving of it. You've put in a lot of work. Now farewells. It was bad luck for seafaring men's wives to call out to them or wave goodbye once they stepped out the door to leave for a voyage. That's another one of those. I can kind of get the thought process. You don't... It's kind of like whenever I say something about, you know, like, you don't say... You ought not to ever say, what's the worst that could happen when you're doing something like that, you know? You don't want to pop a death flag. I think that's how the Japanese refer to it, is you pop a death flag by doing certain things, something that indicates that a character is going to die in storytelling. So this is kind of the real-world equivalent of that, I would imagine. If you were to say farewell to a sailor, then you may be tempting fate that that they should perish on that voyage. Okay, why are we going so far east now? Hold on, game. Maintain the heading, please. Believe in me. Well, I certainly appreciate it, friend. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Maybe one day. Let's see. No stirring tea. Stirring tea with a knife or fork would invite bad luck. I'd imagine that's just because it's poor etiquette, or maybe you'd scratch them up or something. I don't know why they would come up with that one otherwise. Turning a loaf of bread upside down. Turning a loaf of bread upside down once it had been cut brings bad luck. This is a superstition that exists on land as well as the sea. I've never heard that one. And I wonder why. I can't think of a plausible explanation behind that one. Maybe you'd be more likely to notice something was wrong with it? I don't know. Who knows? Redheads. Like flat-footed people, redheads were believed to bring bad luck to a ship. If you met one before boarding, the only way to mitigate the bad luck was to speak to them before they could speak to you. That one, I think, just comes from the general negative associations with redheads that come from the English culture, I don't reckon. Salt. It is bad luck for one crewman to pass a salt pot to another directly. Presumably, one had to put it down and the other could pick it up. The ginger have no souls thing. Yeah, I think if I had to reckon where that comes from, those kind of ideas, it's probably got to come from the rivalry between the English and the Irish historically, the bad blood between them. Probably formed into a prejudice similar to a racial prejudice or racism, and developed into the modern interpretations of stuff like gingers having no souls, or in this case, it being bad luck to encounter someone who was a redhead before going to sea. Which makes sense, as if you think about it, a lot of especially naval and sailing culture is going to be inherently tinged by the English, as they were one of the most prolific sailing nations historically. So it makes sense that a lot of their cultural norms would kind of find their way into popular sailing culture. Fishy. In order to encourage a fish to be caught, Scottish fishermen would begin their fishing session by throwing one of the crew members overboard and then hauling him back on. That sounds more like something that someone was doing as hazing, and it just kind of became a cultural norm, less a superstition. But I could see a superstition building around that eventually, you know? And then bananas, like what we were talking about earlier. No bananas on board. They were believed to be unlucky, and they would cause the ships to get lost. Whole cargoes of bananas were especially frightening for sailors. And that one, like we were talking about earlier, probably coming from the fact that they are one of those things that goes bad so quickly. Not only would it make a poor provision, because it means that there's a high chance it was going to go bad long before your voyage ended, but also because if you were shipping, like what most ships are doing, which is why we use that word for transporting goods, is shipping, it would not be hard to, if that was your primary cargo, like if you were a ship transporting bananas, you had to make good time. You had to. You couldn't afford anything to slow you down, because if you were slowed down, all of it would rot before you would arrive to a port. And thus you'd lose the entire cargo. So I could see why that one would very quickly develop an association as being bad luck, and probably just down to the fact that, you know, if you were unlucky and those were what you were transporting, then it was much more noticeable, you know. There's a lot of ships, a common system is that you were paid based off of the shipment, you know. Like if the ship made it on time and it got its cargo there on time and everything went smoothly, you were probably going to get paid better, versus if you were transporting a load of bananas and you got there and they'd all rotted by the time you made port, then you probably weren't going to be making much money, because the proprietor of the ship is not going to be making any money, or whoever ordered for that shipment is not going to be making any money. So I can see it. I can see that kind of stuff making sense. It's also why it's not a concern in the modern age, and why it's not something you hear that frequently, I'd imagine, in modern sailing. Just because nowadays we've got, you know, much better preservation systems and far faster vessels than we once did. Let's see, what are some other ones? Pre-voyage, before a ship had even set sail, there are several things to avoid. Jonahs. So anyone that was religious could be considered an issue because of Jonah being thrown overboard. For the okay. Included priests, clergymen, because their association with funerals, women who could distract the men from their duties, which makes sense, and redheads. So those are all the people you don't want aboard. You don't want clergy aboard, or anyone that's associated with the church. And that one just coming from the Christian background of the English in the age. The women one, like we discussed earlier, makes sense. It would be something that you developed very early on, because the captain recognizes, like, oh, my crew is not as well behaved if there's a woman aboard, so it would become something that's going to get ingrained into the culture of sailing. Versus, you know, modern day where feminists are like, oh, it's just men hate women. It's like, no, we come up with things like that for good reason. It's the same reason that women are considered bad luck in the military a lot of the time, because of the same thing. If you put a woman into a combat role, men around her are much more likely to start making stupid or reckless decisions that could get multiple people into dicey situations. which is also one of the reasons that I, to this day, don't approve of the US military's change in that protocol to allow women to start filling combat roles. Because I can guarantee you, it is not worth the increased rate of casualty that you'll take in those units. Why is the airman controlling the boat? You make him an admiral now? I may be an airman, but I do like sailing. I've always had a fascination with it. Besides, the rank of captain could be used in any of the branches, including the Navy, or outside of the military as the leader of a vessel. So it works in this case. That's actually why I had captain as the title. I'm only allowed airboats? No. Put something in my gut? Well, I'll put some water there. How about that, soldier? There. I have stretched and drank. You've missed it. We've been talking about common, like the common superstitions of sailors, and trying to reason out why some of them exist. Some of them make sense. Some of them are very plainly clear why. Other ones are a little bit more dicey. Bundle of cats, a superstition about cannibalism. I mean, yeah, there's no surprise that that's something that's positively loaded with superstitions, because most superstitions we develop in the same kind of way that we developed myths and folk stories. It was something to teach a lesson, you know, or to impart a knowledge of some sort, to discourage certain behaviors or encourage other ones. So, yeah, cannibalism having them is not surprising, because that is one of those supreme taboos through human history. Maritime superstition associated with animals. For instance, a shark following a ship is seen as a sign that a crew member was going to die imminently. Kinda makes sense. Similarly, manta rays, sometimes known as devilfish or sea devils, were believed to cling to the ship's anchor and drag the ship down to a watery grave. That one sounds like it's probably more just hokey than anything, because I can't think of any logical explanation. A manta ray is not going to, you know, cling to your anchor, and it's not going to be able to drag a ship down. Maybe it's something to do with manta rays being around, like, more shallow areas or around reefs. I wonder if maybe that's it. So you started seeing them, that meant that you were close to somewhere where they're going to be active, and thus an increased chance that you were going to run into something and sink your ship. The shark one is obvious. It's plain as day why a ship being followed by a shark would be seen as a bad sign. Not all animals were ill omens, though. Cats were often welcome aboard for obvious reasons. You would develop that for the same reason that the Egyptians historically started worshipping cats and started valuing them so highly. And the fact that they kill things that need to be killed, in particular vermin, which tend to be what spread disease. So it makes sense. Especially aboard a ship, because ships historically, that was a bad place for sickness to break out. And it was a very easy place for it to break out, because of, you know, you had a large number of people in a small area with no access to the things that would help counter sickness breaking out, you know? So it makes sense that a cat would become that way. There's the rooster and pig tattoos on the feet. Somehow that was supposed to bring you to shore if you went overboard. The fact that... Oh, the supposed origin of that is the fact that livestock would often be transported in wooden crates that could float, meaning that if the ship sank, the animals inside the crate were likely to survive and simply wash ashore. That's interesting. Swallows were a welcome sight, as were migratory birds, because it meant that you were close to land, typically, which makes sense. It's why seagulls are something that a lot of sailors also were commonly associated with being a good thing. Because, you know, if you saw seagulls, that means that there's a good chance that you're now close enough to shore that they're able to safely come out to you and then go back. Some animals were seen as both good and bad luck. Albatross, the largest of the seabirds on the planet, were believed to carry the souls of dead sailors. You saw when it was considered good luck, but if it was killed, that was bad luck. Credited this to the 1798 poem The Rime of the Ancient Mariner. Poem, a ship becomes trapped in the ice at the South Pole, the crew believing that they owed their eventual escape to a friendly albatross that had been following them for some time. However, when the titular mariner uses a crossbow to kill the bird, the ship is cursed. Food, I'm not surprised the moment that you get to the food section, the first thing they bring up is the bananas. Like we said, that is not surprising. Oh, that's an angle of it, though, I hadn't considered. I had considered it from, you know, like, the bad luck of, like, it's going to go bad and thus you're not going to get paid. But they're pointing out something I hadn't considered. Due to how quickly they go off, ships transporting bananas had to move quickly in order to deliver them to their intended destinations before they went off. These rushed and hasty voyages may have been more likely to result in shipwrecks, due to the many risks that were taken to get there on time. They could also easily hide poisonous spiders or snakes that could bite an unsuspecting sailor. And then they also point out the one that we know nowadays, which is the angle of ripening bananas releasing ethylene gas, which causes not only bananas to ripen faster, but almost all fruit will ripen faster when exposed to the gas. So if you have them on board the ship, it is more likely that they will spoil, and that they will also spoil anything else that you've got. And considering a lot of ships required citrus, if they were doing longer voyages, they had to transport some kind of a citrus with them to stave off scurvy. I could see that also being an ill omen, to have something that does that. That checks out, that makes sense. Let's see, other ones, often drink-related ones, bad to stir a cup of tea with a knife or a fork like we were talking earlier, bad luck to pass salt directly from one sailor to another. They also believed it was bad luck to allow lobster pots and any new fishing nets to be used on Friday. Can't say I know that one, or what the logic would be there. Weather, of course, there's going to be a lot around that because, you know. Perhaps the most visually dramatic weather-related superstition is St. Elmo's Fire. It's a weather phenomenon named after the patron saint of sailors, where bursts of continuous atmospheric electricity create blue or purple sparks around a rod-shaped object like church steeples, airplane wings, or the masts of ships. Huh. I could see what that one would be. It's just down to the fact that it's going to be ominous as all get out, and if you don't understand why it does that, I could see that being something where people are like, oh no, we're all going to die or something. Something terrible. Whether it was considered good or bad luck varied from sailor to sailor. It was bad luck as it could often accompany bad weather and can indicate an imminent lightning strike. But it could also be interpreted as a sign that St. Elmo was looking out for the crew of the ship, which is just, Catholic heresy. Which would derive from the fact that at one point Catholicism was quite common, even among the English. It wasn't that uncommon, so I could see it getting in there, plus the fact that, while yes, the English were probably the biggest contributor to a lot of sailing culture, it wouldn't just be them. You got the Italians and the Spaniards who are both going to be sailing, the French who are going to be relatively involved in sailing, and those three are all historically primarily Catholic countries. Catholic, more like Bashlik. Ah, I see. Yeah, if you spend any amount of time here, you'll quickly learn my my opinion of the Catholic Church is not very good. For quite a variety of reasons. Forgot to turn on the deck light. Your opinion is their theology is trash and yours is better because its book is book. I see. Yeah, there's with the Catholics, they fall prey to that that thing where they in their attempt to convert all of Europe as quickly as they could, they ended up picking up a lot of pagan habits along the way and ended up quite far away from the what is prescribed by the Bible. Also made worse by the fact that the Catholic Church historically refused to have the Bible translated out of Latin, and only Latin being taught to the clergy and to the wealthy meant that, your average person couldn't read it, so the church could dictate what was Christianity, which is why often you find that the Catholics are so far away from what is actually in the Bible. Their theology doesn't typically hold up very well. Which is sad, considering they're one of the largest sect of people who prescribe to being Christian, yet they are not Christian. Which is unfortunate. Yeah, well, yeah, the indulgences thing is separate. That one's less a theological problem. That one's more a symptom of a very wealthy system that had formed. Stereotype for Catholics is we do not read past be fruitful and multiply. I mean, yeah, the common one I would associate with Catholics is just the fact that the average Catholic doesn't actually read the Bible. They just go to Latin Mass and get told what it is to be a Catholic and or a Christian, you know? And that just coming from the historical precedents of it not being a religion where the holy text could be read by your general people. Whereas with the modern Christian route being based more off the Reformationists, and a lot of that coming from the English, where the Bible was translated into a common tongue where your average person could read it, resulting in a much heavier focus on the book rather than the clergy. And I think that is the correct way to handle it. That is how it's supposed to work. We were given the scripture for a reason. Oh yeah, no, I know that one as well, Star. The large family association with Catholics is quite a common one as well, but I'm talking more from the theological end. Like, that's more just a general cultural thing with them, because there are certain groups that's just the norm. Like, Mormons are that way as well. Mormons are known for having fairly large families, like, it's not super uncommon in a few different ones now that I think about it, but Pray Pal is pretty funny. Yeah, I do like that. It is quite funny. I'm just being a stickler. Once I get onto theology, I tend to be kind of stringent on some of it. Mostly just due to the fact that I have seen so much bad theology. I'll wait until the sun comes up more. But yeah, like I said, for the Catholics, I do think the big issue was just how much they were willing to stray away from the law that we were given in their attempt to quickly convert as much of Europe as they could. Which, on the upside, resulted in a deeply Christian Catholic Europe for a very long time, which is one of the main things that prevented the filthy heresy that is Islam from having spread too far. That's why research and actually reading on your own theology is important. Indeed. That's why Bible study is such a large thing in the more Presbyterian-style churches, the ones that are common in America, is because of that moving away from the church-centered faith to the sola scriptura. So the book being the core of the faith, and where our laws are derived from, how you ought to live is derived from the Bible in the Reformationist styles, the Lutheran churches, the Presbyterians, all them, versus the Catholic and the Orthodox, who have the church and the clergy centered systems. Which is also why it's reflected in the common trope of American churches being ugly, whereas Catholics build these immaculate buildings historically, these beautiful cathedrals. And that coming down to the Christian angle of the house of God is the house of God is the house of God. It does not matter if it's a mud hut or the most beautiful cathedral ever laid down, you know. If it is a place where the teachings of God are taught and a place where the followers of Christ can gather, then that is the house of God. Which is why you see that trope of, you know, we have ugly churches, Catholics have beautiful churches. Because their church is the center of their system. So they put a lot more emphasis on having these really ornate places of worship. Having conversations with people that may not have the exact same opinion as you is also important. Yes, that is true. If your ideas are never confronted, then you'll never develop. And that is in both directions. If they're never confronted, you shall never have to either deepen your own understanding of your own theory and system, but it also means that you'll never be able to really defend it against someone that has done that, because you don't know what you're doing. So there's a variety of reasons as well. You should always have your ideas confronted. Some ideas are more deserving of confrontation than others, and those, I would say, it becomes less a confrontation on the understanding end of it and more on the threat of its existence, because there are certain concepts that are genuinely threatening to the continuation of society. You're having a conversation with someone who has an open mind and someone who doesn't. Yeah, if you can quickly clue into if someone is willing to actually hear you out or not, that is a big thing, because there are people that will argue with you just to get a rise out of you. Where two or more gather to worship, there I will be also. Indeed. Yet God does not prescribe that we need to build massive, extremely expensive buildings to worship Him in. I understand the reason why people are inclined to. I can understand the arguments on why we prefer to do that, but it is not something that we are called upon to do, and if you're putting that as a higher priority than the theology, then you're doing it wrong. Best form of church, a large barn with a gun range behind it. See, I take more of the approach of I prefer a church built akin to a fortress. Just down to the fact that if there's one thing we have learned as Christians, it is that we are the target of a lot of people that would see us torn down in whatever way they could. So I've always been inclined more towards the churches that are built almost like monasteries, the big stone structures with heavy doors and small windows outside of a handful. You know, like there's a few windows that you have that are great big ones for shining light into the sanctuary, but I am inclined towards making a church a place that is difficult to assail, because I think it is valuable, not only just from the fact that, you know, like I said, historically there has been a lot of power against us, but also just the fact that in the modern day we also live in a place where, you know, Islamists can walk into a church with a gun and communists can walk into a church with a gun and just start killing Christians at random. And thus I'm inclined as well. That's also why in my church I often was, during service, instead of being directly in the sanctuary, I was at the door. And I was armed, along with several other men who stood guard with weapons. Because, you know, a church can be attacked at any time, and the worshippers can be killed at any time by those who hate us. As such, you need, like I said, I've always been inclined more towards the approach of a church not only culturally ought to practice things that are around protecting the congregants, but the building also should be that way. However, I don't put that as a theological thing. That's more just a practicality thing for me. Small windows have gun will travel. I mean, so I'm talking like, if you see old school, like the arrow slit style window where it's small on the outside but wider on the inside, I like those for the same reason that we developed those. It gives those who are inside way better fields of fire than those who are outside. And like I said, I am inclined towards you build a church like a fort. A fort meant to protect its community and its congregants. Simpsons, I'm an electric car. I can't go very far or very fast. If you drive me, people think you're gay. I see. Yo, murder holes to the English. Yes, like I said, it makes sense. Whenever you go through certain things, you develop certain things. The United States didn't exist whenever there was need to develop such things, but we are of English descent, largely culturally. So we do have a tendency towards a lot of the same things. Though we have varied a bit over time as our own culture has become more developed and more pronounced. Well, the strong English oak doors. Yeah, I don't mind those as well. Like I said, in my ideal church, it is a fort. It is a fort to protect its congregants and its community. Because, you know, you can't place trust in the government to protect the followers of Christ, because often throughout human history, most governments have been inherently hostile towards Christians. I mean, so I don't even know if that's entirely true. For most of your average American, your normal folks that are still reasonable and aren't wildly left-wing, most of us will at least kind of acknowledge the fact that we're English descendant, but there's also a fair bit of interesting culture built around the English here, because if you think about our history versus the English, we don't exactly historically, we didn't have the greatest start to the relationship between us and England. So it does make sense that there's always going to be a tinge of that, and then also just the kind of inherent sibling rivalry, as England, or the British and the Americans are the two biggest Anglosphere kind of developments. Because, you know, then there's Canada and Australia, and neither of them are really big. They don't really have much to them. They're not major contributing factors. But the United States and Britain have both been superpowers. So it makes sense that it's a mixture of things. There's a kind of friendliness because of the shared background and more recent ages, we have been on the same sides of conflicts. There's a little bit of the hostility because of the origin and how our relationships started off. And then there's the sibling rivalry of just being from a similar cultural background. Which makes sense. It's kind of the same way in the military, how military branches have rivalries among themselves and will joke with each other and will insult each other, but at the same time, like, if you're outside of the military and you try to start something with a branch, then you're going to catch a lot of flack from the others. Like, I will make fun of Marines and soldiers all day long. It's hilarious to me. And they will make fun of me. I am in the chair force to all of them. And I get it. It's funny. I don't react the same way when a civilian says it. If a civilian starts joking about, like, the army is all stupid, I'm like, shut up. I don't care about your opinion. I don't want to hear it from you. You weren't part of it. You don't get to talk about it. You know? It's kind of like how siblings are in that way. I can give unending crap to my siblings. But if you talk to one of my siblings the wrong way, I'll go to prison. I'll go to prison in a heartbeat. I've gotten into physical fights with people because of that kind of thing in the past. I was often the one that when, like, a perfect example of it was, I can give my younger brother so much guff. But when he was growing up and he came to me one day and said that there was someone at his, that lived near the bus stop that he went to that was bullying him, I showed up and that kid tried to start something, and the moment he put his hands on me and pushed, and I didn't budge an inch, you saw the kid's face go pale as he realized, oh God, I may have just bitten off more than I can chew. I didn't have to beat that kid because that kid lost on the spot. He knew in that moment he had messed up and never gave my brother guff again. That's the way that things ought to be. But then I can still give my younger brother crap until the cows come home, you know? That's kind of how I view it. There's a similar thing of that to the English-American relationship. Conserve, you're more than welcome to have that stance. I won't agree with you on it, but you're more than welcome to have that stance. I'm not saying that location is the core of something. That wasn't what I said at all. I said there is a difference between being in a culture and out of a culture. Like I was saying with the military, someone being in the military and someone being outside of the military, there's a difference there culturally. And hence is the reason I argued that of, if you're on the outside, I won't tolerate you taking jabs in. Whereas I'll happily do it all day with those that were in. So it's not really a location thing in that regard. It's more a culture and a family kind of system going there. I also just don't subscribe to the whole everything must be purely intellectual approach to life, as it's not human in nature. It ignores a lot of intrinsically human things. And if you don't take those into account, then you can't ever truly know how to develop a system that works around humans. You know? If we were more akin to robots, a purely intellectual approach, a purely logical approach makes sense. But we're not. But location does also have a factor on it. I don't know anything about the inner workings of a Nigerian governing system, because I have no need to, nor any wish to, and have never been anywhere near it. But I could learn about it if I so choose. I simply don't. I think tribalism without a cause, I would agree with. But there is good reason to maintain the tribe and to express that. There is value in it, and especially when it comes to something like the military, where it is a brotherhood. There is a shared experience there, a shared suffering there, a shared hardship there. And I think to say that conservatism doesn't have any tribalism it's just not true. Like, yes, the left lean more towards it than the right does, but it's still quite common in both. It's the norm in both, I'd even say. It's just expressed in different ways. And I think a radically individualist approach is not a healthy system. I get the appeal of it, but it once again ignores several supremely human things, about how we work. Oh, darn. So there is, I think that there is arguments in favor of the wolf packs and whatnot. I can kind of get the tribalism system under certain circumstances. Either an insider or an outsider among conservatives. Among some conservatives, yes. Like I said, nothing is cut and dry, unfortunately. Nothing is simple. You're either an insider or an outsider among the left. Even then, that's not 100%, but I do see what you're saying. They have a tendency towards you're either with us or against us. I won't pretend that the right doesn't do it as well, we just don't quite show it as aggressively, typically. And there's more tolerance of some ideological disagreement. But there are also parts of the left that don't exemplify that either. So I'm kind of with you on that one, Star. Both systems have both sides have similar tendencies. It's just how is it expressed often. Well, and both sides of the coin will have parts of it that show that more than others. Like, the more you go to the extreme on either side, the more you'll see that become the norm as well. Whereas you're either with us or against us kind of ideologies and approaches. Because as an idea becomes more extreme, it has to adopt that to maintain ideological cohesion. So both sides have a habit of it. It's just, I think right now, much more distinctively noticeable on the left than it is on the right, because the left is on average fairly far right now. There are very few modern left-wing movements that are more moderate left, and most of them lean much more far left. So it is much more common to see it. You value most are wit, intelligence, and traditional literacy. Anything else beyond that is arbitrary, including whether you exist in a culture or system or not. You're, like I said, and you're welcome to that system, that idea. I don't agree with you on it, but I understand your thought process, at least, on why you are inclined that way. Wait, hold on, is that not... Something's not right. Why is there only a pillar there? That's not what Happy Bay looks like. Gonna need to take another reading whenever the sun comes up, because I'm starting to wonder if we're actually in the right area. Or maybe it's just not rendering properly. We'll find out. For too long, we'll find out. We're gonna go to sleep. Let us get a little closer. Try to figure out what's going on here. That is not Happy Bay. I'm almost certain of it now. That begs the question, what on God's green earth is it, if not? And where about are we? Fortunately, I can't hardly see my wind flags either. It looks like the wind is at our back. So to throw me off, it is entirely possible that it is something to throw me off. We're going to approach it and try to figure out what exactly it is that's going on. And then, like I said, once the sun's back up, we'll take some readings again and try to figure out where we are. Wait, hold on. Maybe? No, that's the moon. Okay, it's just rendered weird. I thought that that was wrong too. I was like, that doesn't look like it either. That's it, turn on all the running lights. And we're dead on. We'll sleep and get a bit closer to it, and then we'll make anchor once we're off. Once we're close to it. What was plan did you originally was thinking about proposing, but the idea was sidetracked. Ah, I see. I had wondered if there was any update in that, but I figured you would tell me when you were ready. What? What is up with this strangely phallic rock pillar out in the middle of the ocean? What is going on here? What are you? And why are you not happy, Bay? And where am I? And why do I have so many questions? This is one of those moments where, like I was saying earlier, I wish there were rowboats. That way I could set off in a rowboat, row over there, and see what's going on here. So instead, we should just have to do it the other way. We should use the ancient technique of water hopping. Swimming like a dolphin, just about. I'm inquisitive, and like I said, until the game gives me a rowboat, this is the only way for me to, in a reasonable amount of time, depart from my boat and come over to something like this to find out what is going on. It would appear that there's some kind of a story here. Ah. I see, I see. So a shipwreck. Taking a couple of screenshots to share with some others, see what is known about this. Most curious, though. What on? That was weird. There we go. Lord. It didn't want to start moving again after that last one. Of course, it would start storming on the day where I intended to use the chrono compass to try to get our location and figure out where Happy Bay is. I didn't know that there were islands like that, little random ones like that. Perhaps we should have enough light, though. 35 by 5. That doesn't... If that's the case, then we need to go back west. Which is not convenient, considering that means I'm going to have to cross the wind, but... Actually, in fact, our best bet will probably be to do a wide turn, as much as I dislike doing that. So we're gonna bring her around and then head towards the west that way, which means we're gonna have to swing the ship around to port first, because trying to go through the wind is going to be a nightmare to try to do. And as such, is something I intend to avoid if I can help it. Of course, we also need to get moving before the weather gets too bad for us to maneuver safely. That is going to be inconvenient that the wind is coming dead on out of the west. You found a thing you really like, oh, Star? And what is it, pray tell? I'm fairly certain that is reading 35 by 5. So, it's gotta be west. Your VTuber has an amethyst mug, indeed. And what of it? Told her I have no idea what you mean. I've had fudge. You found a real one that looks almost identical. Okay, fair enough. There, I finished the last little bit of the fudge. That should be sufficient for you. There's something solid in my belly. It's cool. I mean, fair. Well, I should hope that you'll be able to get it then, my friend. Fudge does not equal real food, but it is real food. I ate it. I had to chew, in fact. That is food. It even possesses some level of nutrition as it was homemade. And it is more of a dark chocolate kind of fudge, so it does actually hold some degree of nutrition. No, I trust Bambi. She shall not rat me out to Faithful, I reckon. What's that supposed to mean, huh? Why are you staring at me? But I did eat real food. What entails real food, mind you? Explain. What is your parameters? Who should you rat out? You heard they have snickerdoodles. I can acquire snickerdoodles, Uncle Dan. Maintain your silence. Brother, you should not be so easily tempted away. Nope. Yeah. I already ate my dinner leftovers. I ate them yesterday. They were quite good. It was salmon and some biscuits. It was quite good. Which one of these things is flapping? Is it you? Shush. Time for us. D. Greggs, welcome in. How are you doing today, my friend? D-Gregs, you're here at an interesting time. We just found this thing for the first time ever, which has a sunken ship. I didn't know these were real. I didn't know these were a thing in the game. It even has a little grave up at the top, so someone perished here. But The grave also would imply someone must have lived. Uncle Dan, I knew I could trust you, my friend. The strangely phallic rock. Where is it in comparison to Happy Way? That is the question. I see, D. Greggs, indeed. Go find yourself some food then, my friend, if you're going to take medicine. It is not often wise, especially with pain meds. Pain meds are a bit strong most of the time, and are not wise to take without something in your stomach first. A fallacy rock? I see. Let's get that turned around. There we go. Soldier, why are you trying to tempt him? What's going on here? You some kind of snitch? What's going on here, soldier? Explain yourself. $11 prescriptions that you picked up the other day. My goodness, my friend, that is a cocktail of medicine. Uncle Dan. Oh wait, no, hold on. We're not running low on cheese. I forgot. We've got an entire another crate. I forgot all about. I see, soldiers. That's your excuse. You needn't say anything, my friend. Speaking of cheese, Starberry, what are we speaking of cheese? I do so enjoy cheese, so it is a conversation I shall happily have. Maybe I should go grab some. I don't have any. I can't grab something that does not exist, my friend. And here I was thinking you wished to discuss cheese. This is a sad day. Then go to the fridge. But there's no cheese in the fridge. I should not find any there. And find one of what? No, I don't think I shall. I shall not give in to this peer pressure. D-Gregs, I'm right there with you, bud. I love cheese. It is very good. Then you have no choice. Oh. D-Gregs, I'll be made to squeak regardless. This is not a very good threat. It's like threatening me that the sun shall rise tomorrow. Yes, I know. Star, what do you mean you have no choice? But D-Gregs, I have no cheese for you to eat. You can't eat my cheese if there is no cheese. Checkmate. Now what? Ah, there it is.
Hello there. Fearless.
Ah, thank you for the follow, my friend. How did you find us? Welcome in. I'll be on the cheese list. You'll blockade me from getting any cheese. This is outrageous. Star, what are you and Soldier talking about? What kind of negotiations are going on here in chat? I won't get... Oh, you won't get me any cheese for my birthday? Yeah, well, Soldier, it's because you're being an agent of temptation. You're leading them into sin. Why do you do this? Explain yourself. All you need do is not say anything. What? Oh. I'm surrounded by rats. Going to sleep. Is that outrageous?
Deliver me from mine enemies, O my God. Defend me from them that rise up against me. Deliver me from the workers of iniquity, and save me from bloody men. The mighty are gathered against me. Awake to help me, and behold.
Indeed, Lord, awake to help me. I am beset on all sides. Fine, I shall take care of myself. I shall stretch and drink water. Go eat real food. No! I have eaten fudge. That is real food. It was solid. I don't count. Yes, it do. Star, how could you do this to me? This treason shall not soon be forgot. Fudge isn't candy, what are you talking about? And it was homemade at that. It was quite good. It was very dark chocolatey in nature, which is my favorite. Indeed, D. Greggs, it was good. I'm just going to pretend I don't see their messages. I'm legally blind. If I don't acknowledge the problem, it will go away.
Extreme violence.
You know, I wasn't expecting extreme violence to be used against me. This was an unexpected turn of events, but I suppose I should have seen this coming. We have not made very much progress away from that pillar, have we? I see how it is.
Why does everyone wish to kill me? Oh, the misery. Everybody wants to be my enemy. This is outrageous. I have done nothing wrong. There's a lot of rioting going on in chat, I don't approve. Even the moderators are rioting. This is unacceptable. It's illegal. No, I am streaming. I'm not going to go and get food. I want to stream. I am sailing. I am having a good time. Other than the fact that I am under assault for no reason. It's outrageous. Set on all sides. Go buy more cheese for that. But that costs money, friend. To buy cheese, it requires I spend money. And this is something I'm attempting to avoid, like the plague, you see. As there's not much of it to throw around. So. Oh! We made it all the way up to the top of that, actually, for a change. Like, oh! Get a cow, milk the cow, make the cheese. I wish I could. You'll do something radical. That's...
Bruh.
What kind of radical thing do you... Don't do anything radical. Calm down. It is not like I am at risk of any starvation. If anyone can go without food for some time, it would be me. I am well equipped to survive. You have money. Don't you dare spend your money, you rat. I'll turn it off. Don't make me turn off the treat stream thing. Do not be spending money when you cannot be affording to spend the money. That is unacceptable. That's outrageous. Surrounded by terrorism. What is this? I'm being threatened with political violence. They're using threats to get their way. This is the definition of terrorism. Send help. No. Faithful, that is not a good threat. When was the last time you ate him? since you're so especially good at it, when was the last time you ate, friend? Ah! Dang it. I just want to get back up into my rigging, and it won't allow me. How rude. Okay, D. Greggs, now that's actually unreasonable. Do not. Haha! I made it up here again. Glorious. No! What happened? I didn't even hit anything. You just got done eating yogurt, protein drink, and chips? Wow. I'm going to stop telling people when I'm not eating. This is outrageous. This is crazy. I shall have to take a vow of silence, I think. I should become like a monk, not able to speak. Most unfortunate. A little birdie told you. What do you mean? What do you mean a little birdie told you? Eh? Indeed, Greggs, I shall have it known. Unlike the United States government, when I say I shall not negotiate with terrorists, I mean it. Your terroristic threats shall not work here. The wind blow me out? I don't think so. I don't think that's a thing. Nah. Darn it. Uncle Dan, I trust you. I think I know who it was that sold me out, but... Oh, yeah, no, Faithful, I already figured that out. Star wasn't exactly, subtle. That she had been actively betraying me. Outrageous. I thought I could trust Bambi. I see I cannot. Nah! Dang it, I just want to get up there. Game, let me get up into the rigging. I want to be able to see further. Running down to Cuba. Son of a gun. Okay, yeah, I give up. It should not help me. You were promised cookies and was not put under a vow of silence. Yes, you were. When you followed me, you were put under a vow of silence to protect my secrets. It's right there in the terms. I mean, I didn't technically promise anyone any food. I just said that everyone was sworn to a vow of silence. And you betrayed me for cookies. I can't believe it. I'm worth less to you than a cookie. This is a sad day. I didn't know you thought so low of me, Star. This is a sad day. Totally, 100%. I am worth less than a cookie to you. This is a sad day. I shall never recover. There's only one thing left to do. You don't actually sink very much in this game, so the jumping into the ocean dramatically doesn't work very well, as you just kind of sit near the surface still. But, you know, I think the message was sent at least. The attempt was made. Well then why have you sold me out, Star? I am at no risk of starvation. As I said, I am a hefty individual with quite a reserve. If anything, this is almost healthier for me to be doing than it is for me to not. Victory is mine! Yes! I have survived the onslaught. And now what shall ye do, Star? Your treason has come to naught. Your betrayal was for nothing. A sad day.
And I'm free of the squeak as well. Glorious. Ah, Star, but that is where you're also incorrect. That only applies under certain circumstances. It would be true if I were doing it in a diet sense, but in this case, no, not really. It's a little bit more complex than that. I'm at no risk. Ah, we actually made it back up here finally. I'm at the mast. I'm ship, it might be your last. Okay, 46 by 5. Wait, what? If it's 46 by 5, then how are we... Ah, yes, but see, that only accounts for a situation wherein you're doing so, and then you go back to resuming a normal amount of calories. If it is an extended period of time without it, then it doesn't really make much difference. So, I simply need to eat even less frequently, and thus save more money, and lose the weight that I need to be losing, because I've got too much of it. Victory shall be mine. I shall eat when I am ready to eat. I am not at risk of starvation. And until that time, I shall not be held to terroristic threats. I shall not be held hostage. It will not happen. I shall resist bitterly until the end. I need to be heading southwest. Faithful, enjoy your lurk, my friend. Thank you for popping in, even if it was to harass me. As outrageous as it was, I was still happy to see you. So we need to be headed like that way. And we just gotta get across that wind. We're about to go into the headwind, so if we can just get our nose across, if we can get our prow to swing through it. Which it is starting to look like it has no intentions of doing, so we shall have to do the alternative approach, unfortunately. Stream elements, now is not the time. We have just won. You should not be saying something now. Its timing is impeccable. It's like, why are we not moving forward? That would be why. Need to close haul our sails a wee bit. There we go. There we go. Apparently I forgot this one. Okay, now it's swinging too far to the south again. It's outrageous. It is wildly inconvenient that the wind is coming out of the exact direction I'm trying to go. It's very rude. Doesn't it know I'm trying to get somewhere? What kind of fish is that supposed to be? A salmon? Glorious. Okay, no, that's the strangely phallic pillar rock that we attended to earlier. Along the plains of Mexico. So long as we're not heading straight into that headwind, being close hauled is alright, because we gotta head this direction, so it pays not only just that it's acceptable, but it is necessary, unfortunately. Now, we shall continue to cut such a course. See if we can find Happy Bay, because we appear to have come slightly off target. I think once we reach Happy Bay, that will likely be where we end stream for the day, I think. But first, we have to find it. Since I have apparently overshot it slightly, unfortunately. Sad, just been 5.5 hours already sailing here. It's almost a 6-hour journey just to get there. And my character's shaking like he's got Parkinson's whenever he's near that steering wheel. Okay. Clearly we're gonna do something else, because this is not cooperating, so we're gonna have to try something different. And of course she won't breach the headwind. If it's not one thing, it's another. They really do need to fix that. I don't know what it is exactly that causes that jittering whenever I'm in first person interacting with the steering, but it is somewhat obnoxious. And it seems to be a constant thing now. I don't remember that being a thing in the past, but it seems to be every single time I go into first person now. It's like if I'm looking towards the wheel, I just start jittering real bad. Okay, seriously, what on God's green earth is going on with this turning? Just turn the accursed ship. It would be on stream when we're getting close to Happy Bay, that's of course when the game's just like, no, I don't want to cooperate anymore. I find it last night, no problem, using the navigation equipment, and then the moment I decide to do it on stream, the game's just like, no. You missed. You're wrong. It's just like, oh, okay. It checks out. I'm not surprised in the least by it, but I am frustrated by it nonetheless. There we go. That's the one that I need. Turn, you accursed tub. Goodness gracious. I'm not demanding any, like, absurd maneuver. Just turn to port. Like, this is with us turned as hard to port as we can, and it has still fought us every step of the way on this turn. It's outrageous, I tell you. Positively outrageous. Maybe that's my problem. Apparently, maybe I need to start bringing alcohol in these voyages. My character's not a drunk sailor, so he can't find where he's going. Of course, realistically, it also doesn't help that in this game, whenever you go to sleep, you're kind of just at the mercy of the universe and hope that your ship is doing what you left it doing. Because unlike in real life, where there's crews that can do shifts, there's none of that here. If I've been blown off course while I'm asleep, then I'm just gonna have to figure out how to sort that out once I'm awake. Which is a tad unfortunate, but... Why are we going so far northwest? Why? We're full port. Okay. This is absolutely ridiculous. I'm getting angry. I'm starting to get a little frustrated. For the love of all that is good in this world. Do we have our anchor down or something? Like, what's going on? No, the anchor's down, or is up. So, like, what is... Move! I'm about to light the ship on fire at this rate. I'm starting to get actually irritated. Yeah, so we're not moving. We don't have an anchor down. We've got wind coming in. Almost all of our sails are open. Fine, you know what, game? Fine. Mother Nature, you want to play these stupid games? We'll play stupid games then, Mother Nature, you terribly horrendous wench. You shan't beat me. I will have this ship move. No one can stop me. If I have to open every inch of yardage this ship has, I will do so. Yes, the boat does refuse to boat, and it does not want stream to end, and I'm going to light it aflame should it continue to resist my demands. I am the captain, it is the boat. Its job is to do as I say. I shall not tolerate any more misbehaving from it. I shall not broker any arguments. It will do as I say, or it will perish. Those are its options. Just want to sail west, that way I can reach Happy Bay, unload my cargo. It's been 11 days since I accepted the contracts, 10 days since I set out. I made this trip in 8 last time, and now I'm getting, like, cooperate, you cursed tub. Of course, it's when I'm on stream that I can't navigate, apparently. I play off stream, I can find my way to Happy Bay pretty frequently. I'm on stream, couldn't find it if my life depended on it. Cease! No water below deck. It's illegal. Why are we going this far north again? I am going to lose it. I am actually getting mad now. I'm legitimately getting heated. Soldier, you and I both know that that is not the case. Are you perhaps at the edge of the map? No, so that's not how it works in this game. If I had reached the... Like, there's not an edge of the map as far as I'm aware. It's just kind of, you would sail out into the ocean for a very, very long ways. If I ever meet that wench Mother Nature, I'm beating her to death on the spot. This is ridiculous. All I want to do is turn west, and apparently that is just the most unreasonable request I could be making right now. Maybe it's like I'm asking for all of the gold that the Egyptian Empire ever dug up. And all I'm trying to do is turn a boat. And I will not be denied. Alright, just go straight. Stop trying to turn. Stop trying to do all of your silly little things. Go in a straight line, or so help me, I will burn this ship to the ground. with every piece of cargo in it. Good Lord Almighty. This is outrageous. See, soldier, if you had made an accusation of me being hangry, I would have probably accepted that as an argument. But tripping out due to lack of nutrients, not a chance under the sun. Just the game not cooperating with me and me having apparently gotten slightly off course at some point. That, and I keep getting fooled by that stupid pillar, thinking that that is the correct direction, and then I go the wrong way, and then it's a trick. It is a foul trick put there by the developer to spite me. Outrageous, I tell you. I simply wish to get to Happy Bay, and I'm not happy about it one bit. If I had cannons, I would bombard the port the moment I arrived. Why are we just going south again, game? I literally didn't change anything. Set the course southwest. And then it's just like, no, you're going south, actually. I'm half tempted to go to not to Aistrin, to Al-Ankh and buy the Sand Butte. That way I can get a ship with a large rudder, because at this point I am convinced that that tiny rudder that I have in the back is show only. It is not actually operational. It's just there to look good. And it is starting to frustrate me. I merely wish to sail in the direction I am attempting to sail in. Stop shaking! Don't want to see any more wiggling out of these sails. This is not a dance party. You are not here to wiggle, you are here to direct the ship along the course that I set. And not a single thing else. This is the most ridiculous headwind I've ever seen. It's like across a 12-degree area. No matter what angle I'm holding, in an attempt to go even remotely south, and the game's just like, no, you're in the headwind. You can't move. This is ridiculous. Okay, we're actually moving. We're still somehow turning slightly the opposite direction of what I've actually set our turn to be, but at least we're moving a little. I'll take it. It's progress. It's something. It's more than the game has given me for like almost over a day in the game now. And I'm still turning to port somehow. I would kill for a better rudder at this point. The amount that this thing has fought me simply to go any distance whatsoever in the direction I want it to go has been outrageous. It has cost a full day already. And I reckon at this rate, it'll take another couple of days if it keeps up at this. Just want to get to Happy Bay already. There's nothing happy about this anymore. Barely 2 knots. How did we end up in the headwind again? I looked away for half a second to go check our speed. And that was all it took. That was enough. My great sin of taking 3 steps. Just let me go. I just want to get to this godforsaken island at this point. It is a terrible, horrible place, occupied by animals who are not intelligent enough to simply build a lighthouse on an island in the middle of nowhere that requires ships to supply it. I swear I am certain the dodo bird had a higher average intelligence than the dwellers of Happy Bay. Probably lemmings have better self-preservation instincts. A possum's defensive tactic is smarter. It is painful going to this island. Once I get this shipment there, I will never ship to Happy Bay again. Simple as. This journey has been enough. This is it. Never again will I go to this horrible, terrible little pathetic island. It can rot. I do not care. I will stay there as short a period of time as I can. I will interact with its inhabitants as little as possible to ensure that whatever it is that is possessing them doesn't rub off on me. If I could burn the island, I would, but the game won't permit it. All because that stupid pillar fooled me, and I idiotically kept sailing towards it, even though I could figure that it wasn't what it was. But I was curious, and now curiosity has done me in. It has done me a foul betrayal. Okay. It took that much to turn. Is this sufficient to keep her going straight at least? Of course, she won't hardly turn this stinking way, and then once I'm even remotely close to it, she'll just immediately turn into the headwind. That's it. That's it. That's it. Turn this stinking boat. How is it still this hard for this ship to turn when it is going in reverse? I swear it is faster to watch paint dry than it is for this ship to comply with me today. It is likely more interesting as well. At this point, I can only assume the only amusement that could be derived from this is me quickly and rapidly sinking into insanity. I can only assume it is amusing to watch, otherwise I cannot fathom why anyone is hanging out and watching me go through this. It is outrageous. It is absurd. I am losing my mind. I just want to sail. I want to sail in a direction, and it will not let me go anywhere ever right now. This is ridiculous. Hey. How is it no matter where I'm going, the wind is coming in close hold on me? It does not matter where I'm going. Like, every single turn we've taken, the wind is coming in close hold on us. This is ridiculous. Never have I been so spited in a game that I'm not even playing against other players in. It normally takes another human being spiteful to be this obnoxiously constant on blocking me. Hey, let go of it, game. Good lord. turning away. Of course it'd be turning away. I looked away from it. Why would it maintain its course whenever I'm not looking? Hey, it is rapidly turning into the most frustrating session of this game I think, ever had. It is impressive how much I am being spited. I just want to get to this stinking island. And I will get there. They cannot stop me. I will get there, so help me. I will get there. I may have several conniptions between now and then, but my blood pressure will be higher than it's ever been, but I will get there. And of course, we're close-hauled again. The wind was coming in from a completely different angle. The moment I finally get facing this way again, we're close-hauled. Just does not matter what direction I try to go. The wind is going to be as close to coming in head-on as it can be. And of course, it's also going to be a stormy day on this day, so it's preventing me from being able to get a good reading. I'll still try and get one, see if we can figure out where we are, but... See what I mean? We're in head-on again. The wind is almost coming in directly in front of us. It was coming from a completely different angle until I turned this way. And now it's just hugging as close as it can get me out of that. Wants to constantly play this stupid close-hauled game, then so be it. I shall keep the sails as close haul as I can. Hey. Okay. Hopefully, we can at least make a little bit of progress today towards actually getting to where we're trying to go, instead of whatever these last few days have been. don't think I can get her any more close hauled than that without ending up in a head-on again. Okay, if it will maintain this course, we may actually be able to make it there at some point. Instead of this horrific purgatory that we've been in. Should have been there days ago. But thankfully, I didn't take any super time-pertinent contracts, at least. At least I had enough wisdom to avoid that. If I had taken any priority shipments that had to arrive there, like, as quickly as possible, we would have been done for. Not that we've exactly got a massive amount of time left on any of the contracts that we do have right now because of how obscenely long this has taken. Okay, if I read that heading correctly, we basically just need to head dead south. And that will get us on target. If it doesn't, I don't know what to do other than to go mad on the spot. To become stark, raving insane. We're gonna do some fishing. I need to de-stress. Goodness gracious. Or we'll catch some fish if anything will bite. Is literally just nothing going to bite. What on earth is going on here? There we go. Goodness gracious. I was gonna say, now even the fish are spiting me. Not that it would be the first time, I suppose, as fish have crashed the stream twice. I'm fairly certain at this point I must consider all fish to be hostile. Is that same stinking pillar? All of that work for us to end up in the same place. If that is that pillar again, I'm going to... I don't even know what I'm going to do. Ay. That better not be that pillar. If it is, we're just gonna have to completely ignore it and keep sailing, because at this point we can't afford to go over to it again, and it's not like it would help us anyhow. Since I don't know where it is in relation to Happy Bay, because our chart doesn't do anything for us. Because the map was made by a first grader who could not track the islands. I'm fairly certain they just threw some rice on the map, and each spot where a particle or a piece of rice landed, they were like, that must surely be an island. With how inaccurate some of these charts are, it seems, or at least with how vague most of them are. It is ridiculous. You got an ad for a cologne called Ocean. Don't do it. The ocean will drive you mad. It's driving me mad. That's definitely that same pillar. I'm going to drown myself in the sea. Or I would if the game would let me. But it won't. So. Can't even see my wind flags to tell, like, if it's working or not with us. Says I'm in 35. We just need to wait for sunup, get some light, see if we can figure out if we can see the island or not. If we can't, then we're going to need to get a new measurement, try to figure out where we are. Looks like we're getting close at least to morning. Hopefully soon. I swear, if that's that stinking pillar again. Is, but it's also all of my reading. Oh. Oh, thank you. God almighty. So we were right whenever we were trying to head east from the pillar. The wind just would not cooperate with us, even remotely. We were so close to the island. This whole time we were almost on top of it. It was just far enough away to not be visible. Between the chop and the angles that we were at. And we were just also so focused on fighting the wind, trying to get something going on. Finally. I knew I had read the charts right. I could not figure out what I had done wrong. Like, every time I checked, I was like, no, it looks right. I don't know why we're not there. I don't know where it is. Like I said, these people, if they would just build a lighthouse. You're on a tiny island surrounded by a vast ocean, and you are reliant on shipping to keep you supplied. Your #1 priority for investment should be a lighthouse. If not a lighthouse, just to put a fire pit on one of the big pillars. There are natural pillars around the island that are large enough to function as a lighthouse if you simply put a signal fire at the top of them. We would have found this days ago, instead of just wandering back and forth just a handful of nautical miles away. At least now we know if we ever see that pillar, it's basically from it, like, okay, so that one is, yeah, it is almost exactly due east. So at least that gives us something to work with. Now we've got a little bit more information for that in the future. It makes it more valuable than it was whenever you just stumble upon it without knowing anything about it. You know, the main thing is I'm just kind of glad that we didn't give up and go back, because it would have completely, like, me second guessing myself about the navigation would have been enough to probably do me in for a while. But since we just kept trying and kept wandering around in here until we found it, at least that means that my navigation was correct. We were just a little off target. Not even that far off. Just far enough to not have been able to establish visual contact with it. And I think part of the biggest problem with that was just down to the fact that I saw that pillar first and went towards it, not knowing that it is exactly due east of my target. If I had known that, that would have been a actually fairly useful waypoint, but not knowing that, it just ended up leading me off target and massively extending the amount of time and trouble that it took to ID where the island actually was in the end. Thank goodness, at least, though, like I said. Because there were a couple of points there where I didn't say it, but I was thinking, like, I'm half tempted to just recover the ship and go back to Astrin, but I'm really glad I didn't end up doing that. Like I said, the hit to my understanding of the navigation probably would have done more damage in the long run to us if we had. Because like I said, I would have just been second-guessing myself all the time going forward after that. Of course, it's not helping now that, like, we know where we're going, we're just having a hard time getting there, as it's not complying very much with us on the way there, but at least we know where we need to go, you know? Because before we didn't know where to go, and we couldn't hardly go anywhere. So it was a double whammy. At least now we know where to go, we just have to wrestle with the wind a little bit to get it to work with us enough to get our way over there. And we are slowly heading in that way, but it is very slowly. Yeah, we are working our way there. We're actually making semi-decent progress now. Cut in a little bit, try to get our nose head on to it and see if we can just cut straight towards her. Though of course Soldier isn't here for this. All the times when he's been watching, we haven't been able to find it, and then it seems like he's finally left, and now we've found it. Isn't that how it always is? Yeah, basically. I mean, I'm surprised I was able to find it on stream at all with how it had been going. I was at a point where I was starting to think Happy Bay just can't be found if you're streaming. It'll hide itself to make you look like an incompetent navigator on stream, and it's just like, ah. But no, that's not the case. We found it. I read the charts right. I just was blown a little off target and got distracted by a pillar, which resulted in us running in circles for a couple of days. But at least you can say you were here, Big Hippie. You witnessed it. You witnessed us actually finding the island. If no one else can claim it, at least someone saw.
Woo! Yeah, baby! That's what I've been waiting for. That's what it's all about. Woo!
Uncle Dan. Yeah, we finally found it. I will retract previous statements about never shipping to the island again. Like I said, it turns out we were right in our reading of the chart. We just got tricked by that stinking pillar out there. But now that we know where that pillar is in comparison to the island, at least now in the future when we come across it, we know what we're looking at, you know? So I'll take it as a learning experience. A frustrating learning experience, but a learning experience all the same. And sometimes that's all you can ask for. Like I said, at least we didn't take any, like, rushed shipments, so we're making it on time with all of our cargo. We'll even have time to unload our personal cargo first to sell. And thankfully, the return trip is easy. That part is much simpler just because you're aiming for an entire region rather than, you know, one tiny island. Plus, the fact that Mount Malefic can be seen from, like, 3 days out. Instead of, you know, this one where you basically have to be on top of it before you can spot it. And it's slow going getting into this last little bit, but I'll take it. At least we're moving, you know. And at least we've got eyes on where we're trying to get, so. And we still have 9 days before any of our packages were expected, so at least there's that. We're ahead of schedule, not according to my schedule, but we're ahead of the shipping schedule at least. By my schedule, we're quite late, because I had intended to make it here in no less than 9 days. And we're on, like, day 13, day 14, something like that. I don't know. 13, I think. Here's what we'll do. We'll swing just south of the island and then swing back in. Because the wind isn't working with us from this angle, so. That looks like an eel. Which is fortuitous, as that feeds us quite well. And you know, if nothing else, there's the upside to all of this taking so long is that there's a decent chance that Rico shall be alive before we end our stream. As such, we will be able to raid him. Which is fortuitous, if nothing else. Since we have been fought tooth and nail every step of the way on this journey. I'd point out, of this 7-hour stream, I think about half an hour of it was spent in the Bible reading, and then once we were through that, the rest of it has been this singular voyage. Hey. Okay, Rico says that he is still streaming, or he will still be streaming today. Though not as long nor anything crazy, because he's apparently feeling somewhat ill. Of course, even when we're this stinking close, it's still gonna fight me every step of the way, but... Okay. I guess I shouldn't be surprised by that at this point. As it has fought us literal tooth and nail every single step of this journey, I think. Which is exceptional. Are you kidding me? Are we still stuck in the headwind? Chad, I'm not gonna lie, I'm about to just end stream at this point. We're so stinking close to the island, though. I just want to make it. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna close the stupid sails, we're gonna turn off the stupid lights, and we're going to wait until daytime. So that way I can actually see the stupid flags, so that we can get this stupid boat to turn towards the stupid island. Because I'm going mad. I'm going to lose it. I'm going to go ballistic. We're like 5 feet away from the island, and it's still just like, no. Gotta fight. Pulling teeth is easier at this point. Like, at this point, I would almost rather to have to rip my own teeth out with a pair of pliers with how much that this absolutely ridiculous voyage has fought me. Wake up already, character. Goodness gracious. Man trying to sleep the whole stinking day away. Yeah, of course. It would storm. Because why wouldn't it? It can't let us off easy after all. It has to fight us. It has to make this as painful an experience as possible. For the love of all that is good in this world, go! Release me! Okay, I'm gonna open all of it. All the yardage that could get us moving at this point, because this is... like, this is the last of my energy at this point. I am just so done. I love this game to death, but I'll be honest, it's voyages like this that make me just suck starter rifle. You know? Absolutely ridiculous how much it has fought me. Stop trying to go into the headwind. If it takes a whole nother day for us to get into this island, I'm gonna lose my mind. I will go clinically insane on stream. Please tell me that Rico has at least gone live. That way I can just raid into him. He is. Thank the Lord. The moment I tie this thing to the pier, we are raiding out, so. I appreciate everyone who has hung out and has witnessed my progressive descent into madness today. Specifically here in like the last hour and a half is really when the madness started to set in. The first part of the stream went wonderfully. It was relaxed, it was smooth sailing, and then I got to that pillar, and since then, it has been suffering. Regardless, I appreciate everyone that has come and hung out today with us. Even those of you who sold me out to Faithful. Outrageous. I can't believe it. I will remember this. But the moment I tie up to that pier, we're raiding out. So be prepared for that, my friends. It's almost like the Rock of Gibraltar for me, basically. That was my Gallipoli. It was that stinking pillar. I've never been so set back by something. So we probably won't stream tomorrow. There's a small chance that maybe I will. We might have a short stream or something. But for next week, until after Christmas at least, day after Christmas we'll likely be back. But for Christmas, until then, we should not be streaming, most likely. At the very least, this is the last expected stream until post-Christmas. And you as well, Uncle Dan. Like I said, there's a possibility we might stream tomorrow. If we do, and I shall see you all then, but regardless, for those of you who I don't see again, whether we stream tomorrow or not, I hope that you all have a blessed rest of your day, a wonderful night, and I hope that everyone has a great Christmas, no matter whom it is that you're going to see, if it's going to be family, friends, if it's you who's hosting, or if you're flying solo, no matter what it is. I hope that everyone has a wonderful Christmas. Though, do remember, at the end of the day, while it is a day that we have turned into a rather interesting holiday, that it is a day to celebrate the birth of the Lord. And that is the reason for the season, as they say. course, that storm core has formed, like, directly in the spot I'm trying to go to. Because why wouldn't it? Making it near impossible for me to see the pier that I'm trying to approach. Goodness gracious. Till the bitter end. The stream has fought me till the bitter end. It shan't give me anything for cheap. Yesterday was what could possibly go wrong. Today is more what could possibly go right. Indeed. This voyage has been one fraught with struggle. Which is funny because we didn't even get hit by that many storms or anything. Like, for the first half of the voyage, it was exceptionally smooth going. And then it was just... towards the end... It is decided that it shall fight me with every last breath of its in its lungs. It will resist till the bitter end. It shall extract from me as much pain and suffering for every inch that I take. Every inch that we have crept closer to this pier, it has made us pay for it dearly. In fact, I am fairly certain it would have been easier for me to have sailed an actual ship during today's stream than it would have been for this approach. To make this final little walk to this pier. At least now I just have to do the return trip, which is easy. And I won't say anything else because I feel like I've already tempted the universe far too much just by that one statement. Okay. Does the stay sail on your ship share the same winch like when you have multiple squares of the same mass, or every one of these sails has their own winch. Every one of them has a winch. It is a lot to handle. Also, welcome in, Laurent. My apologies that you're arriving right as I have finally made it to where we were going, and I am ending stream here momentarily. I go to sleep on the island, and when I wake up in the morning, we shall stop and we shall raid out. Finally, mercifully, we are done. Alright, everybody. We shall be back again soon, either tomorrow or we shall be back the day after Christmas, most likely. Regardless, you all have a wonderful rest of your day. God bless y'all for hanging out, and stick around for that raid. So, if we walk on this side, which shows as not having any bombs, good to know. We can go past it without being blown to smithereens.